I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey today, and with me today is our special guest, Mexican mathematician, mind sports athlete, Carcassonne master, and captain of Team Mexico at the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship, Elias Mochan, also known as Complex VNH on Board Game Arena. Hi, Elias.
Hi, Alexei. Thanks for having me.
So I'm going to need a lot of your help today because today we're going to have a marathon stream, probably 5 hours, 6 hours, I don't know, because we have loads of matches to cover as everything on the final day has been scheduled. Oh, interesting. Look at this. Elias disappeared a little bit, but he's coming back for sure. Let me just do this. And then we're going to sort that out in a second. Luckily, there's still 5 minutes until the start of the match. Let me actually... Oh, gotcha. So Elias's computer crashed, but he's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna need to make the intro by myself. I'm not even going to bother list all the matches that we're going to cover today. Just going to say that we're starting with a Group C match between Romania and Lithuania. This actually is the one match where I'd be interested in hearing Elias's perspective, because Team Mexico, Elias's team, is also in Group C, and they have already played against Team Romania, and they might have further insight as to what to expect for these teams. But while he's joining back, I'm going to give you intro. Now you can see all the lineups on your screen on the right, and you can see that Romania started with a narrow win against Mexico 3-2 in the first round. Lithuania lost unexpectedly, I gotta say, to Thailand, the newcomers of this championship, 1-4. So for Lithuania, things are very hard, and against Romania, it ain't going to be easier because Romania has 2 world championships on their roster, both lined up for play today. But Lithuania possibly has a chance of defeating them. The main model of Lithuania is that they always line up their 2 masters, Mujacello and Liudiselis. Oh, there we go. Elias is back.
Yep.
Okay,
Testing.
perfect. Yeah. Elias is here. We are live, and I've just been walking the viewers through the strategy of Lithuania. Basically, the strategy of Lithuania. I'm not sure if you see the lineups on the screen somewhere, Elias, but if you just go to the Carcassonne Cat WTC, you see they should have them there. So I was saying that the model of Lithuania was that they have Mujacello, who has a peak rating of over 800, and Liudiselis with a peak rating of 700 something. So both very experienced player and probably the favorites to win on their table. And then the plan is that a third player, one of the Lithuanian experts, not masters, wins. And so this is the model how Lithuania could, in theory, win any match 3-2. And this is probably their plan today. So, before we start, Elias, I just wanted to ask you 2 things. Have you played much with any of the Lithuanian players yourself?
I've played both Liudiselis and Mujacello. I think I've played Liudiselis more often, more times than Mujacello. And I played Liudiselis before he was a master, so I think he has improved since then. But
he has improved tremendously, yeah.
Yeah, and he was already pretty good. So, yeah, I'm very aware of both Mujacello and Liudiselis. Mujacello, the creator of what I call the Lithuanian opening.
Yes. And it's actually, it's stuck. Both the name of the opening itself. So I'm almost tempted to have a look at table 1 and see if the Lithuanian opening comes into play. But I would say that Mujacello is going to be a pretty significant favorite against Tabata. But even though Mujacello has been out of the game for a few months, and so he might be a little bit rusty still, and Tabata is a bit low rated, I would say that's only 65% chance for victory for Mujacello. I would give, like, he's a favorite, but not a huge favorite, because Tabata also ain't no joke. I think he won the championship of Hungary when he used to live there at some point, but either Romanian or Hungarian viewers might correct me if I'm wrong. There are several Romanian players with a close ties to their Central European neighbors. So on table 2 though, and that's the most interesting table I think for me, we have the 2 highest rated players on both teams. Girapa, that's of course the 2022 world champion Arpad Gere. He'll be playing against Liudiselis, Andrejus Svabas, the champion of Lithuania, multiple times.
I think Liudiselis was the representative of Lithuania the year Gere won, right?
This is possible. This is possible. I mean, he was the representative of Lithuania several times.
I can fact check myself very quick, but
so in any case, if there's a chance that they even played in person. Yeah. What else? Table 3, game over. That's Bogdan Kurkan, the brother of the of the 2019 world champion Marian Kurkan, should be a significant favorite against Lithuania's Kraukle. On table 4, the 2019 world champion Marian Kurkan should be an even more significant favorite against Mașinele. But on table 5, I think this is where the match might be decided, where the captain, Romanian's captain, Mihnea Nicolescu, is not necessarily the favorite against Kęstutis Kurenius. Because Kęstutis has upped his rating by 100 points recently, I think, and he also played in the Carcassonne Champions League, and not badly at all. So this is definitely where we could see a serious fight. Before we start the game, Elias, any comments on you about the Romanian players with whom you may have played?
Well, yeah. So I played against Bogdan on our duel, and it was quite tight. I lost because I took a risk and was punished, but immediately, because he got the one of the 2 tiles that could block me before I got one of the many that could close my city. Yeah, and both Kurkan brothers I think are pretty strong. Arpad is also, well, very strong, a world champion, same as Marian Kurkan. And yeah, Tabado and Mihnea, I think they are not as strong as the other 3, but they are pretty strong too. So Marian has a very safe style. He tries to not create too many big features, too many. Like, is the type of player that maybe prefers to keep the field separate rather than join them all together in a big field and stuff like that. And I think Bogdan too. Okay.
Bogdan to a lesser extent, yeah. But so I will try to see if we can sneak in their duels as well. I've opened Girapa versus Liudiselis, where at least according to the extension which I'm using for streaming, the 2022 world champion is playing the red meeples and the Lithuanian is playing yellow. I just finished a rather sizable 10-point city. Giraffe responds in kind with 11 points on the scoreboard. So the addition that I have, I've turned back again the extension that calculates not only the scoreboard points, but also the total points, including all the features on the board. And just some friendlier graphics as well. So, interesting position so far. Very open, very easy decisions for most opponents so far. Now, Arpad goes for a very, very early farmer. I think even earlier than Marian, trying to outdo the 2019 world champion. Then there's the first monastery by Ludicelis for 6 points, a 2-point city waiting to turn into something more tangible, and a 4-point road waiting to happen here at the bottom. Of course, there's a 3-point road and a 2-point road of red, which are completely tied next to the square. There's still 2 crossroads that could liberate both the red and the yellow meeple. In the meantime, Girappa just dropped a city cap in his field and start to meeple it. So I very often, that unlike Marian, whenever Girappa goes for farmers, he tends to prefer the approach where you build fields with 1 or even 2 meeples, as opposed to fight for the fields when they're already taken. So let's see if this approach is justified. In the meantime, Girappa takes 2 points on the right. Ludicelis takes 2 points on the left, also making the field a little bit shorter.
Yeah, Ludicelis is working a lot on making the field short, but I think the field is gonna be worth at least 9 points, probably 12. So he's just preventing like a 20-something point field, but it's probably already justified, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely justified. Well, especially after this move, after Arpad finished a 8-point city. Ludicelis is setting up another monastery, trying to continue on at the top, but of course he is going now to get blocked, maybe, or maybe not, as Arpad is adding a 4-pointer on top of Yellow City, threatening a block. Ludicelis is immediately defending. Now there's still plenty of curves that fit into the square, and also a farmer to equalize the 9-point field. Yeah, interesting that you mentioned about the field restrictions, Elias. It sort of felt that the main purpose of the Lithuanian player was just to take quick points, and then the potential restriction of the field, that's just a small side effect that's simply nice to have. It will end up mattering a little bit, because now that Ludicelis has dropped a farmer here at the top, it is not easy for Arpad to drop a farmer in return, or maybe that's not the case. That's actually a very lovely monastery here for red, going for 5 points, and then planning to maybe get a curve here, drop a farmer, and then get a vanilla city cap to both continue his monastery and reinvade the field, and maybe even claim that new juicy shielded city piece.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't join, it might end up being a good field, which is why Andreas takes the field right away.
And then immediately Arpad has to drop a farmer in return.
So one thing I found interesting about this monastery by Arpad is that I think a very natural move is to place it next to Ludicelis monastery, which is of course technically the same, but removes a monastery spot for Ludicelis, but also almost frees Ludicelis monastery. So
yeah, and actually I really like that Girappa didn't go for that idea, because then this square next to his monastery is like a tad vulnerable with some starting tiles already gone out. Or would you have actually preferred going where Ludicelis has won?
So we're talking about Ludicelis curve, right?
Oh, no. Ludicelis curve is actually even more fascinating. I thought he would do something like this. So with Ludicelis' curve, the point is, the reason why he's not connecting yet is because this road, meepling this road would be kind of dangerous. So let's say if yellow goes over here, and yellow places a meeple on the road, then Girappa can just place a simple straight line and restrict or even block this potential yellow meeple, right?
Because the only crossroads left are the ones with field. You don't have the quad crossroad or city with crossroad.
Exactly. So not only there are 2 crossroads remaining, they're also the same type, so it is easier to block than normal. But then you also don't want to just not meeple this road either and give your opponent access to easy 4 points. So Ludicelis first of all covers up the road, and then he wants to invade.
Yeah.
Speaking of invasions,
plenty of course.
There's still 4 to be exact. And speaking of invasions, red is trying to now gain access to yellow city on the right, which is growing a little bit bigger, and yellow is trying to reinvade that city. But G-Rappa is now using his meeple advantage to fight for the field, and very volatile position. He gets a city cap, he invades in the center, but this 10-point city is unclaimed. Either party could get it. Liudisėlis gets a monastery, finishes his monastery, starts a new one, controls a red road. G-Rappa gets a city cap, but not the kind which can give him 10 points. But then the question, does
do you take the 4 or not?
That's a good question. Do you take the 4 or not? I'm tempted to. Because, I mean, 4 points is a lot. But then you really hate to lose that monastery. And you also kill off a monastery spot because there's still 2 vanilla monasteries remaining, right? So if you go here, you're kind of just hoping for a curve or road monastery. And he goes for it anyway. So there's now a risk of him getting blocked if Liudisėlis has a city tile, which he does not. And Liudisėlis very quickly...
50-50.
Yeah, he very quickly goes for 50-50. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess he figures that at least delaying that city is a little bit better. I think I get Liudisėlis' move. It's very, very smart decision. So basically, the reason why he did that is because there was this 10-point city open. And so a situation on the board where there are multiple coin flips to fight for is like not as damaging as if there's just one coin flip. So without this city, the board would have been just very monastery dependent. The game would be very monastery dependent. Basically, if red draws the monastery, red wins. But with this city here, if red draws the monastery, then Liudisėlis still has a chance to take a crack at the city cap, which he did. And then have enough of a buffer on the scoreboard that he can win this game in a variety of ways.
So I was gonna say a few minutes ago, or I don't know how much time ago, that it was 5 farmers for a field that was not looking that big, but now the field is going to be gigantic. I think it's gonna be like 8 cities, maybe 9 cities.
Well, yeah. So a lot depends on 2 things. Well, first of all, it depends on whether this curve here is completed, which would give a boatload of points to red, right? Because it would bring these 2 castles onto the main field. And I was going to say that it also depends on whether there's going to be something over here as well. And yes, there is going to be something over there. G-Rappa finishes his monastery, starts a new one.
The question is, would you finish? Well, I think you don't finish the green monastery here, right? Like, nah, even if it's +5 for you,
you can't.
You can't give him the maple.
Because also, if you just look at the overall scoreboard, so luckily now we have the extension doing it for us. Despite that red is controlling the field, red is only ahead 6 points overall. Actually, I'm struggling to see why that is the case. Why is red not ahead by more? Well, I guess there's the scoreboard a little bit for Liudisėlis.
Scoreboard, the roads are 3 and 3.
Monasteries are 8 and 8.
8 and 8. And there's a 3-point city for green.
Yeah, yellow. This is yellow.
Oh.
I know. No, you're.
Sorry.
Liudisėlis is yellow. G-Rappa's red.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm not sure if my extension's a bit off, because cities are connected. There is something that we're not seeing.
I think. I have to be fact checked, but I think of the 200 and something UN countries, I think Lithuania is the only one with green in the middle of the flag.
So is this an indication the Lithuanian players should be good at fields?
I don't know.
Oh.
We were talking about green and red, green and yellow, and I was looking at the flag because it has green and yellow. Okay.
But also we've seen
Arpad
just an
drops
incredibly
his
important
last
strategic
piece.
decision.
Yeah.
So what do you make of this insurance farmer, Elias?
Well, I think it's pretty risky because, well, so he's counting on a tile with 2 fields to give him his meeple back. And the Ludeselis realizes that, so he's trying to block that monastery. The only other way to get a meeple back is to get a Dorito and a Crossroads, which now Ludeselis gets. And I don't think he's gonna free his meeple. I think he's gonna take 3 quick points. Because I think if he keeps Arpas with no meeples, he can win maybe without the field.
Yeah, possible. But one thing that was surprised, Arpad had actually the option, instead of dropping the farmer, he had the option of
Attacking
invading
the
city. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a 75% chance for a very, very large
Yeah,
feature.
and now the question is, Arpad has to give a meeple back to Andreas, because otherwise he doesn't get his road back.
Yeah, but then Ludicelis just drew a Dorito tile. So maybe there's nothing that's going to get into that square at all. And so Arpad prefers to just keep the tension for longer, and just to make sure that it's harder for Ludicelis to attack the field. So basically, Ludicelis can only attack the field if the last remaining road Dorito, the last remaining tile that fits into the square, is drawn early enough. Because before that, there will be absolutely no point. Let's say if Elias, for example, or if Ludicelis now goes over here and attacks the farmer. Let's just pretend that, it's not blockable. And then he connects into the field, and now it's 3-3. Well, then it's still kind of useless because there's this 4th farmer still lurking, trying to reinvade over here, perhaps. But it is still not clear whether red is going to need that reinvasion or not. So it's, the fog of war that is going to be kept up until the moment that the final road Dorito is drawn. Nico's saying that Elias got the color virus as well. This is actually not true. So the thing is, Ludicelis is actually playing green. It's just because green is bad for streaming, I changed the color to yellow on my end so that you can see yellow and red. Actually, let's change them again. Let's have some fun. What? So Romania has
maybe no one knows, and everybody has called blue like that.
Okay. So now Giraffe is blue, which also matches the color of the flag. Also, blue is pretty bright, so that should be good. Ludicelis just discards the monastery, although there might be a reason for this move, how he's shaping the board. For example, it makes some ruin invasions possible, which is a nice idea from him, because it gives him an alternative win condition. So imagine if towards the end of the game, Ludicelis draws the final Dorito with the road. He can go over here, meeple the city, and then try to hope for a field Dorito to invade this ruin, just like this. In the meantime, Arpad's still ahead.
Will Ludicelis add this cap to his city? Even it exposes it a little bit, but I think it's
I'd still do it. It's very difficult to pull the trigger on attacking the city if you have just one meeple. Like, the threat. It's all about the threat. Oh, too early! Too early! Ludicelis! Way too early, man. So he goes for the field. He's hoping to get the final curve, which actually makes sense. So, and it's an unblockable invasion, I think, because I don't see there any daggers remaining. And he does get the curve. He gets the 3rd farmer onto the field. But then the problem is that there's still this road Dorito in question, right?
Yeah.
And Girappa still has a meeple.
Are there any vanilla caps left? I don't think so,
No.
right? Okay. Yeah, because if there were, then Arpad's move would have been risky because to reinvade, he has to give meeples back to. Well, he has to give meeples back to Ludeselis anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. So the point is just to add a city cap to his field.
Yeah, well, I can see Ludeselis' idea, right? So he wants to invade, and his plan is either to just draw the road Dorito himself, in which he would still be slightly ahead, or to try and re-invade the field after the Dorito has drawn.
And so I'm curious about, because I thought Arpad was blocking Ludeselis city, but after seeing the tile run out, I see that the city was still
completable, yeah.
Closable, yeah.
That was a miscalculation, of course.
Yeah, but I was thinking with that Dorito, you added to the city, but pointing to the left, so that you need a dagger and a vanilla silica. Then you cannot close it.
Yep. Well, in any case, so Ludeselis' idea almost worked. But why is he saying nice field attack? It was a nice field attack, but Girappa's still winning. I think something's off with my.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think basically something off with the automatic point counter, because it does not. I think it just missed one meeple or something, so it assumed that the field was tied.
Maybe because of the green meeple.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, let's see if it gets any better. If it starts acting out against in the second game, then we're going to. Well, I'm gonna change something in the settings. Oh, by the way, also, so I've just opened the second game. Just wanted to comment a little bit that remember how Arpad dropped the first farmer and then he just kept the majority on the field every step of the way. So being early does pay. Okay.
And we already have a 6-point field, so it's likely that we see another early farmer in this game.
Yeah. Can you pick the colors for the opponents, as long as it's not green?
Okay, so not green. Yeah, I mean, we can keep red for Ludeselis and blue for Arpad.
So I haven't actually like figured out how to fully customize them, but I think it's gonna be red for Ludeselis.
Okay. So I called the
and
early
yellow
farmers, and we already have 2.
Yeah, and they both seem to be kind of justified, actually.
Yeah.
So again, how do you play this if you're Elias? Like, you have a choice between fighting for a field or between going for an imbalance, just trying to contain the threats, and that's what he seems to be going for, and then just develop a counter field elsewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, he can try to close the field, keep it at 12. 12 with 2 meeples is not... well, 15, because you want to close your city. Oh, now he's in danger.
Grave danger, man. And this is also a very interesting tactical spot. So what yellow is threatening, of course, he's obviously threatening to block red's spot, which will pretty much cost him the game. And then it is not clear exactly how to defend with this monastery. Now, Ludicelis chooses not to go here for the indirect defense, just try to stack on the monasteries, get some points in case it gets blocked, and wait for a better defense tile. So certainly this judgment has paid off for him, but his other meeple is suffering here up north. Now, there's only one tile remaining that sits over here. And also interesting, look at the interesting strategic decision. Elias... why do I say Elias? Andreas.
Andreas.
Yeah, protected his road without dropping a farmer. And this is a very obvious field invasion spot if you plan fighting for the field. And from this move, and especially how quickly he just clicked past without dropping a farmer, it seems to me that he wasn't planning on fighting for the field at all. And now he has a monastery cluster to balance out the field. The field is pretty menacing, but it has actually only one green square. So if Elias draws just one straight line or one cow, then he could contain this field at 15 points, and then the game is going to be playable, but not anymore as the Road Monastery. Great choice from Girappa for expanding this field. Also gets some quick points as well. He's probably going to lose that monastery meeple now, but it's still totally worth it. Girappa here in control. Ludicelis is having a clunky tile. Dorito the road.
He can try to keep harassing that city. Now he has to defend the monasteries, I think.
Because there's still two daggers.
Because there are still two, right? Yeah.
There's still two. It's absolutely worth the defense. So this also... No, misprioritization. No, Elias. That's a miss. That's going to cost him the game. Why did I say Elias again? He should have thought about it for way a minute longer, because this is a very interesting moment as well. Like, do you save your meeples or do you block your opponent's meeples? And the thing is, like, about saving your meeples, really, if only you can just get this here meeple back, then you're really very much in this game. You have flexible approach. You can either score or you can go for field. The meeple on the left, though, it seemed that it was pretty blockable regardless. Like, even if Ludicelis doesn't block it on this move, it's kind of tricky to defend, because imagine if Girappa gets something like a curve. Then he actually can't use a curve to defend, because he would be defending this square, but he would be blocking his own square. And I think we may have seen the game deciding, or the match deciding even, mistake by the Lithuanian players, sadly.
I think it's pretty hard to play as red now. Of course, he still has the monastery cluster, but which is better than the field for now.
Yeah,
I think. But yeah, he has this city that's not too promising on the top, and he's down by a lot on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so for now is the key word. The thing with this field is that there's just an easy way to get 7 points out of nowhere. Like, if your opponent just gets one sequence of 2 city caps, then already their advantage is much bigger. So in order to feel the full pain, Ludicelis must draw both daggers, and he did. I knew that. By the way, also, just to point out, if Red would have defended over here with a curve, Red then later drew this Dorito tile, so he could have gone over here and built this even larger city for like 14 points. Imagine 14 points for the city, 9 points for the monastery, the second monastery being developed. Just imagine all that dopamine from these completed features, which the Lithuanian is not going to get.
So theoretically, another thing that could have happened is that let's say Ludicelis defends with the curve, and Arpad gets the Dorito with road. So Arpad takes the city, And now it's a Ukrainian situation where the city controls the two monasteries. And of course, I think even if it's two meeples versus one, it's in the interest of red, of yellow to close the city.
Yeah, that's a great point, Elias. And I think this was originally the idea of the Lithuanian about not defending that square just yet with a curve. But still, he had to do that. He just had to take that risk.
Yeah. Well, he's now even in the scoreboard and he has a 2 meeples advantage. But the field is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The field is 7 and potentially 9 cities.
Yeah. Well, Giraffe now takes a city cap not in his field for some reason. So let's see. Ludicelis does not attack the field. I wonder why.
Well, it has 2 meeples, 2 green meeples.
That's yeah, but it's like has loads of attacking platforms. It's not very covered up. And like, what's Red's win condition at this point if he does not attack the field? That's my problem. Because 5 monasteries have gone out, so you're not really getting points elsewhere. Okay, you can get 8 points for a monastery in the middle, right? You can get maybe 6 points for a ruin. And this is your advantage of 2 meeples. Then Ludocelis has to make up 20 points. So...
Is there still a left-handed dagger?
Yes.
So...
No.
Happen... No.
The left-handed dagger was just drawn by Girappa to score 4 points on the right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, because another plan was to maybe close the city that's next to the monasteries, but to the yellow monastery.
Yeah. Okay, well, now Ludocelis has to attack 7 more points. 7 more points for Girappa. This is just huge. Yeah, now that's why he decides that it's time to attack, but Girappa's now gonna get... a gigantic monastery, and he can even afford Ludocelis equalizing the field.
Yeah. No, I think that might be crossing his mind is to not take the monastery but take the 2 points and have another meeple to fight for the field.
I think what's crossing his mind is to do neither of these things but go over here at the bottom and drop a 3rd farmer. Like, that would be very much his style to do a thing like this.
He can also go to the top and, yeah. Oh, I thought he was going to drop a farmer and that would equalize the other farmer, but maybe this farmer is blocked now.
It's blocked. Yeah, that's a great find by Girappa. That's a permanent block. All 6 monasteries and all 5 vanilla caps have gone out, so normally there will be 11 tiles that fit into this square, but none of them are in the deck. However, that was still a decent move by Ludocelis because at least Girappa was forced to spend an extremely valuable tile, a 9-point tile, in fact, on blocking. So, in effect, this meeple scored 12.
12-point move.
Yeah, okay, we're thinking of the same thing. It's in effect a 12-point move. Although, ideally, from Ludocelis' perspective, you just want your opponent to not draw a road monastery. Yeah, what does he do? What does he do?
He gets a tail which cannot ever be used to attack a field.
The one and only in the deck, yeah. Maybe like pre-building the ruin on the left makes some sense. Well, actually, no, it doesn't if he wants to attack the field at some point.
Yeah, but what else can you do? Yeah, I don't see any use in the 3 legal moves. There are 3 legal moves, right? Yeah. I think the worst one would be on the top because that kind of makes it harder to take the 6-point field, which he might need later. But so I would go on the right, I think. No, that's bad too. I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, while the Lithuanian is thinking about what is likely to be an inconsequential move with the not with the most inflexible tile in the deck, really, or tied for the most inflexible with the road crossroads, with the quadruple crossroads. Just wanted to double check something. So for me, the scoreboard in Carcassonne GG is not working. So actually, just wouldn't show the score for this match. I'm not sure if it's just me or if anything, or if everybody else is, or if you are having the same issue, Elias.
I'm not at Carcassonne GG right now. Let me check.
Well, anyway, so this means that we might have to keep the suspense for the match score and just view it manually a little bit later.
On my end, it says UDSL is 1-0 against Gerup. It says that Andrejus won the first game, and it says
that's
that all
not
the
the
other
score.
ones are
That's
0-0.
their previous match history.
Oh, that's the history. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing the score.
Oh, okay. So then there must be like some issue with linking, the updates. Anyway, so then we don't know how the other Lithuanians are doing. Girap, in the meantime, is completing a monastery, and also they meepled this exceptionally appetizing 9-point ruin on the left.
Yeah. So is it possible for UDSL to win now? He can tie the field, I think. Does he have time to tie? Yeah.
Yes.
So he has to drop a farmer and connect both farmers in the next two moves.
Yeah. Which it's doable theoretically. It's not enough. It's not enough. He can at least equalize the field, so that's something.
Yeah. Because Arpad has this big city. The monastery compensates one of the red monasteries. Oh, and then Andrejus connected his. Okay, so he can connect now. Then with one tile left, to drop a farmer.
Yep.
And connect it. Arpad could be super greedy and expand his field, but I think it would be a bad move because it exposes a new platform for attacking.
Well, it depends on what the remaining tiles are.
Yeah.
Actually, I think with the extension, I can check that real quick. And so the remaining tiles are Curve, Road Dorito, and Cow. Oh boy. That's just...
Yeah, then it would be bad to expand his field because any tile followed by the curve,
or just curve plus just cow plus curvy tile. Yeah. What does he do? So from Elias's perspective, there's Road, Dorito, and Cow. Yeah, there's nothing to do.
Yeah.
There's just nothing to do. You know that feeling when your opponent is controlling a field with +1 majority, but the field is closed and there are no entry points, is one of the most demoralizing feelings in the game at all. It's just that sense of powerlessness. It has become one of the main reasons why I tend to drop farmers pretty early or go for imbalances and not fight for the field at all. Just because I don't like the feeling of powerlessness. Yeah, that is probably his best move.
Or 3-point road and use the meeple later. Yeah, that's probably the best, right? A 3-point road, and then you can take a city or a road.
Yeah. Or actually, previously you go for the 3-point road here, and then you take 6 points with the Road Dorito. But then Girapa takes the 5 points here with the cow tile.
Yeah, but there's nothing to do now, I think. I don't see any ninja farmers, any...
Yeah, not really. And ooh, I know there's nothing on the left. I was just about to field hallucinate. Yeah, very nice cover from Giraffe. Actually, I think that this was the only move that guaranteed him the safety of the field. Ludoselis
He
found
goes
a
for
more,
different 3 points.
yeah, more extravagant way of scoring 3 points. There'll be one for Monastery, one for the other Monastery, one for Road. Finally finishing the Monastery from way earlier in the game. 5-point city for Ludoselis, but a
Instead of
loss on a
6-point
gigantic
field.
field. Oh, yeah, slight
He
1
lost
point
1
miss.
point there.
Yep. 1 point miss indeed. And indeed, yeah, it felt like the Romanian had the upper hand there with these early fields, and one crucial mistake with the Monasteries cost Ludoselis' game.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
Okay.
not a great start for Team Lithuania. But, you know, there's no shame in losing against a world champion. That is kind of to be expected. Okay, now since we don't know the score in the other matches, which table do you want to check next?
So Muscicello won 2-0.
2-0.
101 to 99 and 92 to 79.
Uh-huh. So 1 Romania, 1 Lithuania.
Bogdan is playing game 3.
Ooh.
They are 1-1.
There we go.
We were saying maybe game 5 was the chance for a.
Yes, table 5, yeah. And it
Yeah,
looks
so
like Kestutis won the first game.
Yeah, Kestutis won the first game by 1 point.
And they're playing their second. And I've already opened the final moment between Kraukle and game over.
Okay.
Okay, this time I'll let Bogdan just keep his green. So, and red for Kraukle.
Okay. So we have a field with a very interesting shape, because it almost looks like 2 fields, but they are connected by a blocking of a city.
Oh, actually, I didn't see that. Yeah. So this square over here, yeah, but this here field is part of the all big field.
Yeah, and the field is green. It's for Bogdan.
Yeah. By the way, they're yellow and blue again.
So
game over is yellow. Kraukle is blue.
Game over is yellow. Okay, so the field is blue.
And also, how do they both have 9 minutes remaining with 5 tiles left to play?
They played fast. Yeah, I think this one goes to Romania.
Well, the fields would indicate that.
Oh, because that's a weird move. But I get it. It's weird, but I get it. So he could have made 1 point, but he decided to add it to a shared feature to create a platform to attack the field.
Yeah, and that's why Bogdan immediately continues, does not continue his city at the bottom, but instead eliminates the field's connection platform. So it appears that the game is just all about that field. Blue maybe is going to have a, actually no, yeah, blue's going to have a slight edge, like he has his 8-point blocked Monastery, which could help him win if he equalizes the fields. So Dorito tile for Kraukle. Is there a field invasion at all? I don't see it really.
No, I don't see it. Is there a monastery with road now?
Nope. And that's why Kraukle throws in the towel. Oh, there was an invasion. There was an invasion. With 8 minutes remaining, I think, okay, it was solvable. So this move over here, with this move over here, Kraukle could have gone here and dropped a ninja farmer through the outside of a curve. And that farmer actually happened to be unblockable because all of the remaining tiles were roadless tiles. They were city plus field tiles. So over here at the bottom was the field connection spot that the Lithuanian had overlooked. I doubt that it would have been enough because he would have scored 4 fewer points, but he would have tied the field.
What was the attacking spot?
Well, I'm drawing it on my screen for my viewers. It's like right. It's above. You see this area where all the crossroads are, just to the right of there.
All the crossroads.
All the crossroads. Just like to the right of the northernmost crossroad, I guess, in that area. And this here was completely unblockable. 1 curve remaining. You just go over here. Whoop. Now, I'm not sure it would have been enough. So let's see. The field was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 cities on the field. So that's 21 points. And Kraukle lost by 22, so it would not have been enough either way.
But with what tile was the invasion?
With the straight line. So there was this straight line here, but that Kraukle used to add his road, add a tile to his road.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, there isn't just really nothing that could have been done. So Game Over got himself a lot of advantage, and even with the field, Yellow had the extra meeple to score 5 points here on the left. Yeah, so the theme is kind of the same. It's just always the Romanian player taking an ironclad control of the field, being always 1 meeple ahead, and the other side not being able to do anything about it.
Michnia won game 2, so they are going to a decider.
Let's go. Could be a decider for the match, although I would expect Marian to win. But let's not find out just yet. It would be more interesting to not find out. Okay, I can't. Curiosity. I mean, he's a world champion, but he's still a human. And these guys are also playing a decider. Look at this. Even Machinale won the first guy. Okay. So everybody's in this. In order to win this match, Lithuania needs to win both games. Romania needs to win one of the 2 deciders. Elias, your preference. Do you want to watch the second half? Well, actually, these guys haven't started playing.
Yeah. Forget his name. Kerstutis hasn't joined.
Kestutis Kurenius.
Kerstutis Kurenius.
Kestutis.
He has just joined.
Okay,
now,
there we go. Well,
Kerstutis.
No, it's just a T, like it's a regular T.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. That's closer.
Okay. So we have back-to-back quick points. No one goes for my weird move of taking the empty city.
I think we're watching different games because I've opened Marian versus Machinale because there are only 7 tiles remaining, and I think in that game we can skip the opening, and this is where the match could be really decided because it looks amazing for Marian, really. So he has 37 points on the scoreboard, has 2 meeples. Machinale has 0. Marian also has 3 monasteries. But Yellow, and that's the Lithuanian, has control of more fields for once. This looks uncharacteristic to Marian, although it's not a lot of points. So there's just this 9-point farmer here at the top for Machinale. And then there's this ruin and this ruin, which really don't score that much. Now there's this road, but Mars just drew one of the curves for the completion of that road.
But I have a terrible record against Marianne. I have lost like I'm my 8-1 or something like that in favor of Marianne.
Well, many do.
Yeah. So, but I have a worse record against him than against you, for example.
I'll take notes. Some things needs to be. I'll try to improve.
Yeah, this one looks very heavy in favor of Marianne.
But yeah, so I guess I'm gonna be watching like I'm gonna think start tuning out to the other game because like Machinery, in order to do something, he would need to get this curve, and there's one curve remaining in the deck to get his road back, for which he would gain 10 points on the scoreboard. That's kind of equal, and then after that he would need to find.
Score a million points with that.
Yeah. Some sort of field invasion. I don't even know. And it's not like Marian is going to let him do that. For example, Marian, he could just now go here and take 7 points. Oh, but...
No, he will attack this.
Wait.
Okay, Machinelli gets a meeple.
Yeah. And it looks like the Romanian is now falling victim to I can't lose the field syndrome. Because... So this move at the top gives him a chance to join the 9-point field of yellow, instead of just going over here for guaranteed 7 points on the ruin. So he might win regardless, but I'm a bit concerned about that move. I'm pretty sure that Marian is good at calculation, but there were still a lot of city tiles. Yeah, there we go. So Marian finally does connect. But if Machinery were to draw that second crossroads, then we could be looking at a different game. No, not really. I knew this. I should have trusted him from the start. Marian had calculated there were still plenty of road tiles remaining, so this invasion was, well, very close to being guaranteed anyway. And we're just going to see what the score is, and the Lithuania are going to take this down.
I think it was completely guaranteed, actually. Like, what sequence would have not gotten him into the field?
I'll tell you what sequence. So curve for Machinery, then something like a giraffe's neck for Marian, then crossroads for Machinery to score 3 points here. And then
he joins.
No. And then Marian gets the rose, with which he can't join.
What's the rose?
The butterfly.
Okay. The umbrella.
Yes, the umbrella. I think this is like the most versatile tile in its name. So I know barbed wire, rose, umbrella.
I call it a cap with T, but
yeah, but it's not like an. It's just a description. It's not a name. Okay, so Marian is being technical here, winning by 12 points. But anyway, never mind the match. So we have barbed wire, rose, umbrella. What was the other one?
Butterfly. I don't get the butterfly.
Yes. Right. At the very least. And there's more. Anyway, congratulations to Marian for the comeback win. And now the final game for tiebreakers, which in this group will matter a lot. And probably, I guess, Elias, from your perspective, since Lithuania lost the match, you probably should be rooting for Kęstutis here, because the worse tiebreakers Romanians have, the better tiebreakers Mexicans have in relation to the Romanians.
Yeah, it's hard to know, because there are some scenarios in which we prefer that that Romania wins by a lot, and then they get first place, and then we only have to fight with the other ones. So
but I guess this would apply mostly to match wins Oh, I guess that could apply to tiebreakers as well. Yeah,
No,
that
yeah.
actually makes sense.
Maybe we are closer to Lithuania in the end, so we prefer that Lithuania loses by a lot. I don't know. It's hard to know at this point. Like I remember being in groups with Japan where I'm like, I just hope Japan beats everyone 5-0, and it because we lost 4-1. So if they beat the other ones by more, we have better chances. But this game looks better for red, I think. I'm not sure because no, I don't know.
Well, it's very dagger dependent, this board, right? So there are a lot of blocked moments. But you know what? Really, yellow only needs one of the 3 daggers to deal with this position. Yeah, I kind of maybe even prefer yellow. I'm not sure. So red has the 6-point farmer. No other farmers have been drawn before that. Both sides have a monastery. The yellow monastery slightly better developed. And now there's so many mini battles. So there's this 3-point road sticking in this 1-point city.
Farmer actually.
Oh, neither am I, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
So there's this mini battle over here. Now there's also this mini battle over here, the 3-point road of red sticking into yellow city. And then yellow, when he gets the first dagger, of which there are still 3 remaining, probably going to go over here, finish the monastery, maybe even drop a farmer. And then yellow, after that, will have the option to maybe draw another dagger, which would finish him the city for already a sizable advantage, but would continue red's road without completing red's road.
So, Kestutis just went for a 50-50 block, which was very risky because Mihnia could have gotten the evil hamster and practically won the game with that. But Kestutis, and he freeze. I would not have done that in this game.
Well, yeah, you're reacting the same way as I do, but much, much milder. So, also an instructive moment. It looks like it's a good move, like it scores 9 points. In fact, it is a serious strategic mistake. Let's start by the fact that it is scoring not 9 points, but 8, because it is also giving 1 extra point to red's monastery. And it also basically guarantees that red is going to get a meeple back after this move over here. And it is sacrificing 3 points over here from this road. So, from Kestutis' perspective, he is taking a 9-point monastery, but this is an 8-point move instead of a 3-point move. And he's giving opponent a meeple back. So he has given a meeple back for Mihnia just for 5-point difference. And you tell me, what's more valuable, a meeple in this position or 5 points in a position where there's still 28 tiles to play?
Yeah, I prefer the meeple. And it also makes the red field bigger.
Much bigger, actually, yeah, because the red field.
And it's a game with a lot of 6-point fields. So the meeple is worth probably at least 6 points.
Great point, yeah.
And it's also a lot of time. So I was actually going to say the reason I didn't like the red farmer is because there are a lot of fields, so you can delay the fields until the end game, basically.
Oh, look at Kestutis taking a move from Marian's playbook. Sacrificing 3 points and trying to block both red city and road a little bit. 3 tiles still remain into the square, but with the quadruple tile gone out, it's possible to build here and block this meeple permanently, and this is exactly what he tries doing. Does Mihnia get a defense? And he gets an indirect defense. He could go over here just continue his city like this, or he could go over here for a direct defense, sort of delay his city, but at the very least have a 75% chance of drawing one of the two butterfly, rose tiles, you name it, that would fit into the square like this. So, Elias, do you prefer a direct defense here, saving the road but sacrificing the city, and also blocking up the field a little bit? An indirect defense to keep your options open, and if so, with which orientation? Or to just ignore that spot entirely and do something else? Maybe just drop the tile over here in yellow's field and block this meeple of 6 points.
Yeah, I would think about it for a long time. I'm not sure. I think the worst option was to defend with indirectly with the field pointing to upwards.
Why so?
Because it doesn't defend against straight lines.
And there's still 3 of those remaining in the deck, so that will be a way to lose both the city and...
Yeah, and the city stays very vulnerable, so...
And there we go. The direct defense of Michnia worked just fine. And not only does he get his meeple back from the road, he also gets 2 extra from that little road piece. And his city now is actually kind of threatening. He can cover it up with 1 city cap and then bam, bam, a couple of Doritos, still a few of those in the deck. And a 20-pointer, game-deciding 20-pointer gives this to Romania. So this also brings us to this move, yeah, and I was going to ask you, Elias, do you like the urgency with which Kęstutis reacts to it, or would you have just taken 7 points at the bottom and developed the yellow farm?
I think I would have taken the 7 points, but I have to think about it because taking the points also opens an invasion spot, and Michnia has 3 meeples in hand. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
I
actually
also am not sure
interesting.
about which side to attack from. Well, you have to count like what kind of invasion tiles are there, and
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think there was a I think he must have calculated this at some point. But yeah, there's a slight difference, obviously. If you were to attack like this, then Michnia would need road plus city tile to re-attack. Well, maybe the reason why Kęstutis didn't want to attack from here is because it would also expose 1 more platform for re-attacking. And there will be a chance for Kęstutis to connect to the city, and then Michnia to reconnect again from the left. Yeah, whereas now, if Kęstutis successfully connects, if he just goes here, then the city will be pretty much shared, because both dividers have gone out, so there's no possibility of this fluke tactic of taking over the city with a divider. In the meantime, also, Elias, a very interesting point that you raised about exposing the fields connection platforms, because at the moment, the 9-point field of yellow is actually the most valuable feature on the board.
yeah.
In the meantime, Kęstutis gets his meeple blocked, which I believe was already all but blocked, with just 2 points for a road. So advantage on the scoreboard, meeple disadvantage overall. Monastery for Kęstutis. Obviously, a meeple is not going to go there, but that's a chance to shape the board to your liking. So maybe you can just go over here and add a couple of green squares to your little field, and whenever you own 2 fields, you typically want to develop the little one so that you not put all your eggs in one basket. And this is the move that we just have seen. There were some other possibilities. Michnia, in the meantime, is building quite a long 8-point road, which can still be finished with the crossroads, of which there are still 2 remaining.
So Kestutis has the option to attack the road, but I think it would be bad.
Why
Well,
so?
I am. Well, so the thing is, you don't get a meeple back ever. I think.
Unless you connect to the road and then you finish your shared
And
road,
close it, but
that's
that's a stretch. Yeah.
that's a stretch. So one thing
And
you could do.
Mignia-
Oh no 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 no
Oh,
no
but
no
he
no
will
no
do
no
it.
no no
Yeah.
no no no. Oh no 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 no.
So yeah, the problem is that how do you get a meeple back?
Ouchie ouchie ouchie.
And even if you connect to the road, Mignia has the meeples to re-attack the road, and you just helped him get a very large road.
Yeah, and I think we just saw the game losing mistake because it's not just about all the things that you said. Yes, that's true. Last meeple on the road bad. Yes, there's still crossover to separate bad. He needs meeples for something else, but there was something much more urgent. You see, Kestutis was running out of connection tiles for this city over here, and in fact, there are no city road tiles. All 5 Doritos have gone out. Oh wait, yes, all 5 Doritos have gone out, and all 3 course tiles have gone out. So it was super urgent for Kestutis with this curve to go over here and protect that valuable invasion square. And look at this. Mignia very wisely instantly blocks that square whilst also taking advantage of a city cap, and Kestutis drew not 1 but 2 tiles which would have been suitable for him for connection, but sadly he can only discard them. So that is a mistake. I don't know if how many points even, how to even quantify that. Like,
now, I was gonna mention that maybe as Mignia I drop a farmer when closing this city because the game is so close to over. You have to count how many quick point tiles are left, but
I think farming would have been more precise indeed.
My intuition is that you have to farm there.
Yeah, because actually there won't be an easy way to score more than 3 points with a meeple, but now that finally Mignia is ahead on the scoreboard, Kestutis has more fields, but I mean the Romanian should have this.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, for example, now it's possible to meeple that field. So we go here, and we meeple the field where you suggested, and we also expose the city cap in such a way so that if there's a vanilla city cap, which I'm not sure there is, yeah, and he finds this tactic, we can actually score multiple times. That would be a 10-point move setup, so 4 points for the city cap, 3 points for this farmer, 3 points for this farmer.
Is there a way for Kestutis to get his road meeple back? I don't think there is, right?
There was, but Mignia drew the last crossroads. In fact, he drew both of those.
Oh, for the city, yeah. Yeah, so the best Kestutis can do is close a city in his field at some point. So maybe you have to count what caps are left and see if it's worth it to add this Dorito to the empty city cap. Because if there's a let's say a vanilla city cap or a right-handed dagger, yeah. So I was going to say it doesn't make any sense for Mignia to take the 6-point city in your field instead of the 4-point city in 2 of his fields. But
yeah, these are just technicalities. So we see that Kestutis can score a little bit, and as you said, there was a left-handed dagger remaining.
yeah.
So somehow
I don't know what was the idea of adding a point to the opponent's city with the burrito.
Maybe like, so it could be just a spite move. I don't think Kęstutis is generally like that. I think that could be also, like, there are some tactics where this actually is necessary because you cover up the ruin a little bit if there are lots of shielded tiles. So this is to make sure that your opponent cannot put shields in your ruin anymore. But obviously this is not the board to be doing stuff like this. So, well, but that was a 1 point mistake, really. So let's see what the score is and try to reverse engineer it back. Like, what could have yellow done to save this game?
So I think there were two big mistakes: the evil hamster and attacking the road.
Yeah, the evil hamster it's a common type of mistake. It's one which I've seen. For example, the first time I saw that was on Mujacello's stream in 2021, and Mujacello was the one who explained to me why moves like these are bad, with all the difference between the meeple values of with all that stuff. So it's a bit ironic that he kind of explained it to everybody, but not to his teammates. But in 2021, of course, Kęstutis was not part of the team. In fact, Team Lithuania wasn't a thing, and Team Latvia wasn't a thing either. For those of you who have been joining these streams only for the last couple of years or so, that in the first appearance of Lithuania, there was a joint team of Lithuania and Latvia. So Mujacello used to be the captain of the team in which I'm playing. Now that it's one team per country, we have parted ways, and now we have two teams and two captains. So I remember a lot about their insight and how they play. And Liudiselis and Mujacello were part of the original team. Kraukli also. But not Kęstutis and not Machinelis, so they are relatively newer players. Yeah, but about the road, Elias, of course, that was the main one. Now, it looks like the score is big because it's 18 points, but it's really not that big because the main score difference was accumulated by Michnie in the last couple of moves. So name this here insanely lucrative setup over here. So that was 13 points for one meeple of just two tiles. That's really ridiculous. So let's try and engineer it. So let's say if Kęstutis gets his curve and just doesn't go here, he defends over here, which means that Michnie can't block, and then on the next move, with this tile which Kęstutis drew, he would have connected over here to this city. This city would have given him, so he would share 1 point together with 8, that would give him 7 points at the very least, and he would have a meeple to play with, yeah. Then he would have gotten 4 more.
Meeple is at least the 4 points of the city.
At the very least, 4 points of the city here. And then, I don't know, some sort of ruin on his last move. Even something like this. There's actually a 7 point for lying around, maybe with this tile over here. So still, I think he would not have been able to withstand the setup from Michnie. But then this here configuration would not have been possible at all, because this here tile would not have been there in their first place. So yeah, it really all comes down to this one mistake. I wonder, Elias, do you ever get recurring mistakes in your team practice? Like, for example, if you see your teammates maybe make a mistake, do you see often the same type of mistake happening again?
Sometimes. I think sometimes we get mistakes that are just like miscounts or a bad use of time and stuff like that. So we can do practices to target that kind of stuff. In the past, I've done practices to target the specific abilities, like playing with no farmers until the end, or playing early farmers against no farmers, stuff like that. But no, I can't remember a recurring mistake, like something like this to specifically say, don't do this specific thing right now.
Well, it's not like about the road in general. But I wonder, Elias, so if one of your special variants for practice, does it ever include the variant with no invasions?
No invasions.
No invasions of anything.
No, I haven't tried that.
So that would have been very, very interesting, because then it kind of explore the player's potential, what you can accomplish on the board if you go for indirect confrontation. I think this is an aspect which is very often neglected. And this particular road pattern, of course, is something that's, all unique to this game, but it's a type of mistake which I see quite a lot. And the type mistake is, like, if you see a reasonably sized opponent's feature, then the immediate instinct is to invade, whether it's a city, a field, or road, doesn't matter. Like, you see a thing and you want to invade, the invasion instinct. So that is certainly something that...
Now that you mention, there was a teammate in a previous edition of this that didn't like taking the first road. But whenever the opponent took the first road, he would attack it, and I did tell him, like, no, you if you don't want it, why do you fight for it? If you want it in the first place, take it. Don't. But,
yeah, well, because
I
fighting, because I can understand this, like, psychologically, because invading things, it's on some level, it's what Carcassonne is about. Yeah. Oh yeah. So one thing what I tell to my teammates in this point is, like, instead of invading or not invading, just think of the move in terms of the points value. So I'm about to get 8 points for a meeple with, I don't know, whichever chance below 100, because obviously there are crossroads remaining. So let's say like 70% or whatever. So this is 8 times 7. This is like 5.6. So 6 points for the price of a meeple. Especially as the last meeple. Is my meeple more valuable than 6 points? The answer is probably not on that particular board. And so then in that case, you don't do it. So basically, this is a logic how you can potentially talk yourself out of certain mistakes. And I also, it's not just with my teammates, I also try to do this to myself as well, because sometimes my hands would be like itching to take a dubious monastery, or like my hands would be itching to take quick points where instead I should be, attacking the field or something like this. Yeah. And then in that case, I would just try to find a way to talk myself out of the intrusive thoughts, and that's one way to practice.
Yeah, and that's something that it's a lot of psychological strength. I feel like I think yesterday I played very bad against Portugal, and I think I did not ponder enough in some decisions. Like I have two options that both look bad, and then you are like, but which one is less bad? And instead of really evaluating, well, what's the worst thing that can happen here, or what's the score that can happen? Instead you're like, maybe this one or this, I don't know. And you're just like going for the feel instead of doing the calculations.
Oh, I remember, and the viewers will remember from yesterday as well. Yeah. Just generally, also, like, don't make important decisions in 1 second. That would be another way of putting it.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not in 1 second. Like I think the like Lichi's mistake yesterday, he took a long time in that play, and you were saying on stream, like I like that he's taking the time, and I was actually nervous because I was like, he's one of the fastest players in the team, so whenever he takes a long time, I feel like he's considering something weird.
Yeah, which was the exact case. It seems that you know your teammate very well. That was indeed a well, for those of you who haven't watched yesterday's stream, that was a very, very painful throw, sadly. And also, like, I didn't realize at the start. I thought, like, you know, that's some brilliant calculation, but it's just overcomplicating things. Anyway, wait, I forgot to say hi, Glavir. Hi, Yelena. Yes, great reminder to like the stream. Make sure to meeple the like button. It is important for the algorithm to get more people into the joy of competitive Carcassonne as a spectator sport. Of course, subscribe for more competitive Carcassonne content like this if you're here as well. But we're not wrapping up. We're still going to have another match. But one important thing that I forgot, or not forgot, is Romania won. So, congratulations to Romania for this. I'm going to play the national anthem of Romania. Unlike yesterday, I'm not going to risk singing because my Romanian is not good enough. So I'm going to go for the old school piano approach.
Okay.
Hi, Melvin. Yes, 2 seconds is much better for thinking time than 1 second. There is a difference. There is a difference.
Yeah.
Elias, sound is alright. Did you hear it?
I hear your voice. I haven't heard the piano or.
There was like one chord, or anybody in the chat could confirm. I'm paranoid. I want to get this right. All right, I'm gonna wait until somebody responds.
Yeah, but I'm listening to you via Skype, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Hi, Pavlo. Oh, Pavlo is asking, could I kindly ask you to introduce your guest? I think that is, of course, Elias Mochan, who's Complex V and H. Feel free to give him any questions. He's a Mexican mathematician and multifaceted board game athlete and a Carcassonne master and captain of Team Mexico. Anyway, I'm going to assume that the sound is all right. So, that's it. Romania won, 4-1. All rise for the national anthem of Romania. Congratulations to Team Romania and all the Romanian fans. And to Lithuania, good luck in their future matches. So now I guess it's time to take a break. So at least we have two options. We can either do something fun for Ah. Of course, I always forget to turn on the sound after I play the anthem. I was just saying congratulations to Team Romania again. To Lithuania, wish the best of luck in their future matches. I'm pretty sure we're going to be covering them again. And now we have an awkward amount of time to fill because the next match starts in 36 minutes. And we have a long day today. Okay. So at least we really have two options. Either we can do like a casual game on stream to fill the time, or we just take a 26-minute break, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, well, we can play a game.
Do you want to? So yesterday with Sunny in the stream, we did Hand and Brain. Do you want to also do Hand and Brain, or like do you have some other ideas? Like for example, a handicapped game, and you can tell me what the handicap is. But then Hand and Brain, that will be a way for you to also participate.
Okay, no, yeah, let's do the Hand and Brain.
Alrighty. So I'm also
with which account?
Because I'm the only one who has an account on stream. Oh wait, okay. You could also do that. I can just I can just show your game. Yeah. So do you want to be the hand or do you want to be the brain?
I want to be the brain.
Alrighty. So then it's gonna be my account.
So I'm gonna make you do weird stuff.
Do you remember how this works?
Yes.
Oh, but I guess I should remind the viewers anyway. So the way this works is it's a concept from chess. You know, it's too long to explain. Anyway, I hope that most of you saw the stream yesterday. You'll get the idea. So Elias will be telling me which moves to make, but not really. I'll be trying to read his mind. Elias will be telling me which feature to meeple. So Elias can say city, road, monastery, field, or nothing. And with that information, I will need to choose the tile placement. Alrighty. Oh, actually, this was pretty easy to explain. Hi, Marian. Congratulations on your win. And also, by the way, a very cold calculation of that 9-point field invasion. I would have been lazy and I would have settled for a 7-point ruin. All right, just to make it interesting, we're also putting my #1 arena spot at risk. So no pressure. Oh, wow. Well, oh no, red meeples. No. Oh wait, I have to turn on the I have to turn on the script because I think it's a bit too much. That's a bit annoying. That's a bit annoying. Fine. How do we do this? Oh wait, can I just do this? Oh, it's not showing the points, so I can just turn everything off. Anyway, do you see my game? It's already started.
Okay. Yeah, so take the monastery. I was considering being really mean and tell you to take the field, but I'm not gonna be that weird.
Wait, I'm still gonna try and remove the thing. What about like this?
Okay, let's take the city.
Yeah, wait a second. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to turn off the thing. Because there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna reinstall the thing again. Wait. Why am I so slow with this? Oh yeah, remove from Chrome. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now we're gonna have normal moves for a while, and then before the stream happens, we're gonna reinstall the script again. Because the thing is, like, the one downside of the script is that you can't just turn it off. You have to uninstall it completely and then put it back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that needs an update.
So, well, city, I guess we're going to get ourselves a monastery point as well. That's also nice to see that Elias is even slightly more aggressive than myself. I mean, I would probably meeple the city anyway, but meepling nothing is not a crazy option there. So our opponent starts a loop road. What can we do about it?
Let's go for nothing.
Lovely. Which nothing though? So here, I guess this one, because then with a cow here, our opponent could block us, and with this move, we're also pre-building a long road like this. All right. So they're getting their loop.
Okay, let's take a city.
Okay, that's aggression. So this, actually, should I do this? So I know that Elias is thinking this or something like this, and it's probably the best move, going upstairs, harassing it, but we're on stream, so I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
But after that, I'm gonna do normal moves. Oh, yeah.
If I let you.
Yeah. By the way, just like for viewers who are newer, it's not a good move. It's not really... Like, the city is not big enough to justify field invasion.
Huh. That's an ugly time for a monastery, but yeah, let's take a monastery.
Yeah, but where? That's the question. I mean, this is decent, although this square is kind of vulnerable. On the other hand, vulnerable schmulnerable. I mean, I also get this. I can prolong like that. That's kind of fun. This monastery is also possible here. Okay, I wanna make it interesting. Let's try go for the riskier move to gain ourselves 1 extra point. And the purpose of this monastery is to control the road end. The downside of this monastery is actually it's not great for stacking.
Let's go for nothing, I think.
It's a great phrasing. Let's go for nothing. So, what are our options? This. Let's just build a very, very long road. And risk this happening.
Let's go for nothing again.
Good again. Also, which nothing? I'm actually... Wait, is this crazy? Is this crazy? I think it's not crazy. Because it's a nice cover-up. I'm saving 2 Yeah, let's do this. And...
Okay.
Is this what you were thinking?
No, but I think it's fine.
I mean, it's like 88% here, 88% here, like... Okay. Okay, yeah, now I will actually genuinely try and make the best move. Like, we've got ourselves in an unorthodox position.
Yeah, and I was about to give you a weird choice. No, but let's take a road.
Let's go. Greed is good. We're probably going to get hurt a little bit here. Yeah, that's one option.
Okay, let's take nothing.
Yeah, but that's very interesting. There's so many ways to take nothing. There's this block over here. There's this pre-built of a road. There's this sort of kind of defense. There's this going for a road. But if I do this, our opponents can actually block 2 meeples. So I think it has to be something like this.
Okay. Let's get a road.
Okay, there we go, there we go. So, is it crazy to do this? No, or something like this and build all the way. And build all the way like that. Anyway, let's just try. If we're getting a road, then we're probably getting this one. The one thing that I don't like about it is that we're exposing... Maybe this one is actually okay to get my curve. I think I'm okay with leaving back a curve. But not sure. Let's see how this turns out. So our opponent takes the 2 points regardless.
Okay, let's take nothing.
So nothing looks like a great choice, except that do we go here and harass the city, or do we do this? Give back a monastery spot and continue a road. I think... Let's try actually do this time. Even though that might not be the original intention.
I don't like this tile.
I do. Several good moves.
I see some, but I see downside. I'm gonna say nothing.
Okay,
nothing.
That is an option, so then we have to go here. There were some other options as well.
Yeah, I was considering city, but
I would have loved city.
We already need the starting tile.
Yeah, but nothing is okay. Nothing is okay.
Okay, city.
I hoped. Okay, fine. Okay, you meant this.
I see what was better.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll be fine.
You wanted road.
I wanted road. I wanted road. Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay, so we could finish the city. We could pre-build, or do we go here? This is kind of... You know, I think I want to leave this alone. Yeah, if it's nothing, then it has to be something like this. Because the threat in the left is kind of too big. Also, thanks to our opponent for not meepling a monastery. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Yay, there we go. We're gonna get blocked, but that's okay. It's actually not a bad position.
Okay, okay, city.
Okay, nice. Nothing was also an option, but this one looks really, really strong. We're attacking 2 of our opponent's meeples. Yeah, what do we even do?
City.
There we go. Now, of course, we could invade, but it's much more important to block here with all 3 daggers still remaining. And we get ourselves another 8-pointer perhaps. But the price is this. Still okay, 2 daggers, really cool.
Nothing?
Nothing. Ooh, nothing. How do we... I guess this is not horrible. Nah, it's not great. Let's just make a normal move. Our city on the left is kind of safe. What? Okay, using monasteries as farming tiles.
Let's go for nothing.
Lovely. We gotta keep building. Ay.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that city can survive. What exactly do we do there? Is it time to risk it or not? Or there's so many ways to take nothing. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. If he blocks us, he blocks us. He doesn't.
He defends us.
That's perfect. Actually, that was a very bad move from him. He should have finished the city up north.
Yep. Let's go for nothing.
Yes. There we go. Okay, now he blocks us, but at least we have a decent run.
Yep. Let's go for nothing.
Okay. Nothing, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 crossroads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not many straight lines and a lot of city caps. A lot of city tiles, actually. Wait, are there? Yeah, there's some biggies. Only 2 straight lines. So I think I'm going to break your favorite rule a little bit, Elias. And well, obviously I'm wrong, yeah.
And 2 straight lines right away.
I know.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yep, it's gonna cost us hard. Okay.
Okay. I'm considering something unconventional here.
You do you, Elias. I'm gonna obey.
Okay, road.
Yes! There we go. Yes. That's exactly what we want. Also, see why I wanted to pre-build earlier.
Yeah.
And also, I think you may have noticed that this is one of the reasons. The purpose of this move was not just to harass this road. It was also to give ourselves a chance to get a curve and then a crossroads, which would give us a meeple back for this future road. And it would also make sure that this little city does not belong part to Red's big field.
Right.
Whew.
Nothing.
How exactly do we take nothing? 1, 2, 3. Is it... Oh, does it make sense to defend? Does it make sense to defend? I don't wanna defend anything.
Okay. That's the one I had in mind. Okay. City.
Yeah, sure. So maybe we can start a new city over here, maybe. Yeah, just kidding. There we go. Okay, now it's looking pretty good for us. The penultimate curve for them, we do get almost blocked, but that's okay, because there's still 2 tiles there, and we get to develop our ruin, which shouldn't have been a ruin in the first place, but you know, we'll live with that.
No. Okay, let's stay with nothing.
I'm not sure. Did you want to like? Were you thinking road or field?
Field, but no. Road.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just trying to figure out if we can block him. I think we can. I'm not even going to bother counting it, because it just seems to be the intuitive move. They get the dagger, but the wrong kind. There's still the dagger of the kind that they need. Wait, let me just...
11 tiles to go. And we have field.
Ooh, okay. Field. How do we take a field? I almost hallucinated, but this guy does control both fields. Wait, is there another one? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, there's still plenty. Alrighty.
Yep. Let's see. City.
Okay, interesting. I think you have a particular move in mind, and yeah, actually this is a good move. So I presume you mean this.
It was one of the options.
Yep. Oh, look at us. Not obvious.
Oh, yeah, not obvious. Is that stupid or not? What else is there? No, let's the field.
Fields. Yeah, that well. Yeah, fine. Let's go for the field. I mean, it says. Well, the thing with that. Actually, no. I think it's fine. I would have probably gone for the block there, just because the fields can later be united.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not gonna get our connection on the left.
So do we?
So whilst Elias is thinking, I just wanted to point out the importance of this here move. Like, it's everything in this game was a setup.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Yeah, city.
Ooh, okay, let me think about this. I presume you did the calculations, and yes, he can indeed finish the city, so we don't want to let him, I presume. So we're trying to be very thorough. Nice.
Yep.
Well, yeah, then I guess this, the next move's pretty easy because we don't have meeples.
Right. Nothing.
Yay. Oh, it's not obvious, actually. But either way, it's 2 points. Oh, but that way, he doesn't get the farmer. Maybe this is the move. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, actually, I think it's this.
Nothing.
Yep, and he's gonna get his road monastery. Oh no, he's not. That's lovely.
He gets 3 points for the field.
Yeah, so he gets in 7 for the monasteries. That's 9.
Yeah.
So that's the same. I was concerned at first that he could use the monastery to eat up our meeple at the bottom, but it actually ended up not mattering. Ready. So Elias?
Nothing.
Yay.
Nothing. Okay.
Well, I think we should have this one.
So the 3-point field was worse than the monastery that we could have taken, but
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah. Also, some nice spotting and some difficult decisions as well. Did I read your mind correctly? Were there places where it didn't work?
mostly you did a weird thing with the second city attacking your own city.
Okay, yeah, that was
And
that was just for for the stream,
yeah.
and obviously it did
So
not turn out great for us.
yeah, the 3-point farmers were both the farmers that I had in mind.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the second 3-point farmer, I was thinking of blocking the city. Yeah, GG to Gianata. Nice field control, just wasn't quite enough. I was thinking of going over here.
I can't see where, but
Oh, right. So next to the shared city at the top, just to block his 1-point city cap. Because there were still a couple of city caps for him to get a meeple back.
Okay.
Yeah, and also because the farmer at the bottom could be eaten up with the monastery. But if we do finish
But
that
if
road,
it was eaten up too early, you can then reattack the
exactly,
field.
exactly. Yeah, so that's why it's a good place. But I'm just generally happy that we got everything. We got to build the road around the monastery, and also another important move was this, pre-building this here combo, which is much more high prob than you might think. It's like 70-something% to get that done, and obviously we got that 70%, so that's very nice.
Yeah, I did regret taking the cap instead of the road and pre-building the city.
Oh, but
But
that's
in
fine.
the end, we got the city anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. And if anything, it was actually even better because we got to even take the road as well.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, that actually turned out pretty well, and we also have only 9 minutes until our next match. Maybe in the next break, you can be the hand and I can be the brain.
Okay.
But let me just prepare a little bit. So first of all, gotta change up the scoreboard. Gotta close all these tabs. So Hong Kong versus Hungary, which should be pretty interesting. First of all, question to you, Elias. Are you familiar with any of the players?
Oh, let me see who's in the lineup.
So table 1,
Hong Kong,
Siegfried
Hungary,
versus
right?
CT5.
Yeah, so I played Siegfried in the World Championship in 2018. We were paired up in the last round. We were both eliminated by that point. And for me, it was a very frustrating game. I was a lot lower rated than I am now. And I think he has changed his style from then, but at that time he was very allergic to roads. He did not like roads, and I would try to punish that. I remember taking the longest road possible, and all my roads got blocked.
Well,
in the end, I won. No, he won by like 2 points. I think it was close one. But yeah, he's a lot stronger now. He's the world vice champion
at the moment, yeah.
at the moment. And I think he's a very nice person too, it should be said. Kisemo I've also played. I forgot his name, but
well, actually, they are on all the names are on Carcassonne, like on the Hungarian Carcassonne website anyway. I think Kisimo is like made up of his actual name.
Yeah, his last name is Kish. Well, his family name.
Yes.
In Hungary, the family name comes first. And Valic is
Chila Varga.
Chila Varga. Yeah, I think she's pretty good too. The other two I don't recognize.
So,
And from Hong Kong, I recognize CT to the Cube. He's a very active Mindsports Olympiad player. He plays every game, and he's pretty good at most of them. He's also good at Carcassonne, but I think he's like probably top 1 in some other games. Let me check his profile real quick.
yeah, I can also show it to the screen. So interesting thing about those Mindsports athletes, they have two things. I've noticed that if you play multiple games, you experience in one game can help you in the other. So, for example, competitive Azul and competitive Scrabble, especially recently, has helped me improve my Carcassonne a lot. So we're gonna see if CT can offer any of cross-game expertise. And the other thing that they tend to have a lot of mental stability and stamina. And overall, I think that if you look at this lineup, Team Hong Kong is actually slightly stronger, of course, with the one notable exception of Siegfried, who is just an incredible player and I think is a significant favorite against CT. But even though Hong Kong's going to be slightly high rated, they had a lot of practice with Nalheim last year. Oh, hi, Ruben. Ferenc Kish, or Kiss, I think, because it's double S.
Yeah, Ferenc Kish. Yeah.
Also, like, I mean, it's pretty cool to have Kiss as your family name.
Yeah.
It's, already gives you very good chances in certain endeavors.
Yeah, and I remember, I think it was one of the first in the first WTCOC, I think he was there, and I remember he had a big upset against a German player or something in a stream. I remember that they were saying like he's going to lose. I think he played Nocivo or something like that, like one of the very strong players, and he had the upset. And yeah, I remember him about that. I don't remember who was against, but yeah, I've seen him win against very strong players.
So Kissimo is playing against YY and a bunch of numbers, whom I have showed on stream a couple of times. They seem like a solid expert player. I'm not sure what their peak rating was, but they do have a lot of knowledge. And whilst Kissimo is going to be slightly more experienced, I'm only going to give him like 55-60% chance. On table 3, Chila Varga is playing against Hilik Lung, who I think is also the captain this year. Stung, Cinderella's playing against Little Small Small. And the thing about a lot of these Hong Kong players, well, they have very high ratings. They have, or at least high ratings. They've practiced with Nalheim last year, and this year also with LSC and Sunny, who has improved a lot recently. But one thing which may be their weakness that Hungary could exploit is mental stability. Because from my experience of streaming some of these players' game was like everything goes normal, everything goes well for the first 50 tiles or so, and then we see some sort of mistakes or hasty move which are like definitely can be explained by nervousness. If they can work on that element, I would put Hong Kong as the favorite. If not, then the opposite. So that'll be my take. Any of the Hong Kong
from Hong Kong? I don't know YY and I don't know Little Small Small.
Gotcha. Little Small Small. I think that's another player. I think it's somebody who changed their screen name. I just forgot who. Was it Edward?
So
or
maybe
not?
I do know. Okay, Edward. Yeah.
It could be Edward. It could be Edward. Anyway, but it's somebody who has been around the block for a time, so that's the important thing. Now we have 2 minutes to decide who want to watch. So basically, the preview, who for those who are just joining, it's like equalish match, slight advantage Hong Kong maybe, big exception on table 1. So Elias, if you want to watch the highest level, then it's going to be probably table 1 because of Siegfried. But if you want to watch the closest duel, then it's going to be someone else. Your preference.
So I do think table one might be the most interesting, but I also think it's gonna be the slowest.
Well, it's not a problem. I guess what we're going to decide is
Yeah.
that do we want to watch
Yeah.
like just one duel throughout and have a very calm, relaxing stream where we can both go in depth, or do you want to just show a bit of everything?
Yeah. Are people on the chat saying something?
So people in the chat might be saying something, but just to be aware about, I think there's a bit of a delay.
Okay.
I might have forgotten to turn off the 1 minute delay this time. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, then let's just go for Siegfried.
Let's go for.
Oh no! Wait, sorry. No. You were saying. You go.
I was about to say let's watch Chila.
Perfect. So we're watching Chila. Like I have covered enough Siegfried on this channel, but
okay.
And we'll get to cover his final game anyway. Although Chila is not starting it, and she's not even online. I hope she's not gonna lose. I hope she's not gonna lose by default.
Oh, she's registered in the tournament. Oh, she's a heavy underdog, and according to Elo, I was not expecting that.
Well, it's only now,
much difference. Yeah.
Oh, Helig has added a lot to his game in the last couple of months.
Was Chila Hungarian champion or Hungarian runner-up not long ago, right?
It is possible. To be honest, I'm not very good at tracking national titles.
Yeah, of course. There are a lot of national championships. I kind of remember she being. I think she was national champion, and both her and Josef went to the championship because Hungary was top 3 in the WTCOC. So Josef went represented because of the WTCOC, and Chila went because of the Hungarian championship. That's what I recall.
Okay, good to know. She was just 1 minute late. All is well. She's playing.
Okay.
Oh, so the meeples are actually yellow and blue because I deleted the extension. Also, this one I'm going to ask for people in the chat. Do you want me to keep things like it is, or would you like for me to install back the thing that counts the points during the game? And then I'm going to wait a couple of minutes for responses, but for now we're going to continue. So Chila is starting the game. She's going to have the statistical advantage, but Helig already has multiple blue meeples on the board, 2 of which are getting harassed. This new city here by yellow is exposing this city to some vulnerability, also restricting this square towards a crossroad. And whilst the blockage of this meeple is unlikely, at the very least the road is going to be a little bit short. Helig, in the meantime, is building a city at the top, and the first Dorito tile goes for Chila. And now I'm going to give it to you as Chila decides where exactly to add this Dorito tile, because I'm in desperate need of some hot water. Okay. So
sure. So great tile for Helig because he gets to put a tile on the most vulnerable square of his city. Now Chila, I think she's gonna grow her city on the bottom, which harasses a little bit the road. Helig can defend, but it's not necessary. I think it's better what he does to continue his city. Now he needs 2 Doritos to close a very big city. Helig, this is a hard tile, so he cannot restrict any of Chila's cities. He could restrict the bottom one, but he would restrict his own. So instead, he places a platform to attack the city that could be 8 points or something like that at the end. And now he defends his road, he takes the monastery, and this is an interesting type for Chila because I think she will put it on the 1-point city of Helik. But the thing is, maybe she prefers the big city, but if she puts it on the big city, then she cannot attack the big city later. Or maybe she can, but she has to wait until the opportunity comes back. But if she doesn't, then Heli could go get the Dorito right away. So she goes, she gives the points to the big city. This is a -1 point move because it's -2, but +1 for the monastery. And now Helik has, I think a good move would be to add it to the monastery and prepare a spot for another monastery. Instead, he restricts Chila's city. The point of this, well, is to restrict the city, that's it. The thing is that curves don't restrict that much the city because there are still a lot of all the city crossroads and all the and 2 starting tiles. Now this is an interesting sequence. Helik tried to block further the city for a starting tile, and Chila, instead of defending with the road, decides to add the Dorito directly to her city. So now she needs a tile that's city field. There exist a lot of those, but it's also, if something is placed here, the city is going to be blocked, which is why Helik will probably put that tile here, attacking the city, and now Chila has to take a big decision. Does she attack the city or does she defend her city? And she prioritizes attacking the city, so now she's gonna get blocked, most likely. Maybe not, maybe Helik decides to close his city instead, but I think he will block Chila city. Maybe the question is if he takes the cap as well, or only, and he does take the cap. Now Chila will probably take a monastery. I don't know if next to the opponent's monastery for 6 points, 7 -1 of the opponent's monastery.
Also taking out that spot, yeah.
I consider this is like, I usually count when evaluating the value of this kind of monastery. I usually count the points that you control of the opponent as part of the value. So I would say this is like an 8-point move actually, because it controls 2 spots on the of the opponent. So 6 plus, so it's 9 points of the monastery because the spots that you are missing are shared with the other monastery. -1 because you gave a point to the other monastery. I don't know if it makes sense.
It actually makes sense. So basically that whenever you're controlling an opponent's feature, then you're already counting those points in advance because the opponent is going to add them to you. And I really like this idea, but recently I started doing... Actually, I started really not counting points that much when choosing monastery spots because there's sometimes so many other positional considerations other than points. Then... there are many things to consider. So for example, one thing why I like this spot, well obviously this is to take out this, but also because it pre-builds this here road, which is more likely than not to be used by Chila. Now it could also be used by Helik here, he finishes this city with a butterfly tile, for example, and he meeples this, and in that case it's bad. But then because this square is unrestricted and this here square is restricted, it's more likely that yellow will meeple this road before blue gets a chance. Now, yellow's position is very bad, so this might not even matter at all.
I wanted to talk about the big city. I think as Hilik, instead of closing the 4-point city, I would have put the cap on the shared city just to prevent Chile from re-attacking.
I'm wondering, like, but I was just saying that yellow's position is bad, but is Hilik really that far ahead to, you know, to go into preventative medicine at this point?
Well, the thing is, the city is really big, and also Hilik has the least incentivized to attack. Well, because he also needs a city plus road tile to free his city. Now he has more meeples, so maybe not that much, but we're gonna see a farmer.
That's a misguided. That's a huge strategic mistake by Chile. So it looks like a normal move, like the field has so much potential and we finish a city, drop a farmer with tempo. But the fact that field has so much potential is the whole problem with this move. Chile has already a meeple blocked over here. And this monastery is actually not as safe as it seems, so she's already down at least one. And the field is so open that Hilik with his 4 meeples will not only equalize, but he'll also take it over. It's extremely difficult to hold. So strategically for Chile, it was much better to just go over here, take a point, prepare another monastery, and then later, instead of finishing this road, getting something like a straight line and just separating the roads in order to keep the field as small as possible. And now in this position,
I agree.
It's pretty easy to win for blue. Even though Chile's ahead on the scoreboard, even though she's ahead on points.
Oh, he goes for style? Well, it's a good move.
Yeah, it's not just style, right? It's pretty good. Because obviously he doesn't have to attack the farm. He can also attack the city. He can attack the farm and the city. Chile gets monasteries.
I think as Chile, I would have considered wasting the monastery in trying to block that attack.
Yeah, because it's a double block as well. And now she's going to get blocked instead. So far-reaching consequences, right? If she had prepared the monastery earlier with the curve, like suggested before, then she would have been able to use this monastery with tempo, completing the previous one. But now, this is all but blocked. 8 curves have gone out, so there's only 1 remaining in the deck. And in all likelihood, it's very possible that these meeples are never going to see the light of day. Hilik with a regular monastery, probably time for a farmer, perhaps. Actually, I'm not sure. I was talking about how open this field is, but now that the board has changed a little bit and so many curves have gone out, after this move in particular, it's not that easy to invade. Because if Hilik goes over here, then suddenly Chile can block this square as well and restrict it towards the curve, and then Hilik is stuck with a 3-point field. It seems like the main invasion route lies like somewhere from here. Oh, he just goes for a monastery? Which, honestly, seems like... I don't like that monastery at all. It seems like a strategic mistake to me. It's so difficult to finish this monastery with this tile run out.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna say. I don't think he's going to finish it.
Like,
because it's so far from the action.
Yeah. Because the tiles that he wants are just not in the deck anymore. Again, there's only 1 curve. And also, these kind of monasteries are lovely at the start of the game because there are other monasteries to stack. There are curves for easy points and so on. You can do stuff like this, like this, like this. Finish a monastery with another monastery. And that's why blue sort of went for that move automatically without thinking, because this is a pattern which normally is useful for you in a game of Carcassonne. But in this situation, everything has changed. The tile distribution is very lopsided. So basically now Chile's position is actually quite decent because this 4-point meeple is kind of equalized here, but not anymore. As Helic has invaded a giant city, he found a way to convert his meeple advantage without even bothering with the field and going for something bigger.
And now, like, he can try to close it.
Yeah.
He can take 3 points on the right, or 2 points on the top, or no points on the left.
No points on the left is
Or
interesting.
close his city and take the road.
Yeah, all viable options, right? So he could go here. That would be the highest scoring move, getting this road, especially before Chile gets it. He goes for the 3 points. Yeah, also a high scoring option and trying to just cover it up from other side. But as I said, this option was also interesting. So Chile gets a meeple back. And now Helic urgently needs to cover up this side before invading. And I think he's going to do it.
But yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's
And
one tile away
could
from
have
finishing
dropped a
monstrosity.
farmer there. I mean, maybe it would have been too ambitious, but he could have dropped a farmer instead of taking the 2 points.
Maybe that was actually pretty interesting. Yeah, actually that was really, really good. I think the farm is better than the 2 points. Well, yeah, awesomely spotted, Elias. But now Helic gets an interesting decision. Does he go over here and break his own city just to deny Chile the invasion platform, or does he actually try and complete it?
I think you really have to count the score here, because my intuition is you break the city and try to... Yeah, because now Chile is going to attack.
Well, Helic can re-attack.
But are there triple cities left? Because I see a lot on the board.
One triple city left.
Oof. I think you have to go for the content move.
You have to go for the content move, but he also dropped a farmer, which I think is a big mistake.
Yeah.
So he's dropping a farmer at the bottom, and this square is already blocked.
How can he get nipples back? Because he can still close his other city, right?
Yes.
Oof.
Okay, Chile can go for the content move.
Go for the content.
Come on, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. In all seriousness, no. Could it be so, Elias, that it is just the best move?
It could be. I think the other one that he would have to consider is just the 50-50 block. So doing it without a meeple.
Yeah, but no. But then Helic can reinvade again with a city cap.
Yeah. No, I mean putting the city cap towards the pointing to... Oh, and he would have gotten it. He would have the biggest city of the round for sure.
Ah.
But now, what invasion tiles are left?
I can't describe my disappointment. Okay, you know what, Elias, you can comment on the game. I'm just gonna count the number of points. By the way, great move by Chile. She needed to defend this spot. Unfortunately for her, Helic gets the last connection tile. Yeah, this is the last Dorito, so this square is blocked. Yeah. Helic is going to have the majority over here. He now equalized the field, and I think he's going to be doing pretty well for himself. Chile can...
The thing is that Chile will win the fields now. Oh, no, that's not true.
No. That's a 6-pointer on the left. I mean, Chile has the scoreboard lead somehow because of these all small cities. So it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah. Are there caps with no? So I think she can block the city. Is this true? But maybe it's not worth it because you leave a juicy road for Helic.
The roads cannot be taken. There are no curves.
Of any kind?
Well, I guess they're curvoids. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
crossroads,
No,
crossroads.
he would have taken
Yeah.
he would have taken the road with this cap.
And he's gonna take a different road anyway, so he can just
Yeah,
munch
but
the
much
scoreboard.
shorter.
Okay, well now Chilla can block at the very least. Or no,
Oh,
she
she
can
can
just
make
expand the field.
She can make 3 points for her field, but that allows Helik to maybe steal the big field.
Yeah, you know what? Because I see there are a lot of straight lines remaining. There are still 3. And so, wait, 3 or 2? Or 2, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I think it's 3. So let's say if she does something like this, then on his next move, Healy can go here, drop a 6-point farmer, and then if Chilla gets a straight line, she can't even block. She just does this, and then Healy with another straight line invades over here and wins the field. I'm not sure as per the point count if Helik even wins the field. I mean, if he needs the field at all. He's down 20 on the scoreboard, but just at first glance, this ruin looks more than 20 anyway.
Yeah. I think Chile has to block the city. Oh, no, that. So my idea was to add this tile to the long road and point the road towards Helix City. So I think he cannot close it because I think the 4 starting tiles and the 3 barbed wire tiles are already in the board.
Well, yeah, but 3
And
daggers
way,
also. So there wasn't any point in blocking in any case.
Yeah, but you prevent him from taking the road.
Oh, the road. Right, yeah. So that'll be a way to block the road, rather.
Yeah.
Okay. So, quick points for the player from Hong Kong. In the meantime, Chile gets a meeple back from finishing monastery. She now gets a straight line, which...
Should she take the road?
1, 2, 3,
the thing is...
6, 7, 8.
The thing is, there's a 4-point road for grabs on the bottom too. Okay, she takes 1 point.
Maybe she could have fought for the field somehow, which I think she does need. Like, for example, going over here through the outside of a dagger, that was an option. Instead, players just exchange quick points. And when players just exchange quick points and do nothing, only one of the players is correct, because somebody is ahead and somebody is behind, and whoever's behind needs to do something about it.
Yeah, my intuition is that blue has it now.
Yeah, it looks like it is the case. Just that ruin is too big, and the scoreboard lead is not that big anyway.
So the question is it better to take the 4-point city or the 3-point field and bet on making it a 6-point field with the last tile?
Probably to take the 3-point field, because if you take the 6-point field, then Chilla can just take herself a 6-point field. On the other hand, there's a 7-point road available, which is even better.
Yeah. No, so then maybe the 4-point city is better because you have 2 features of the same size.
Well, Helig has 4 minutes to calculate all of this. In the endgame, it's really...
Yeah, and he should use them.
Straightforward, but he should have this one. Hi Larpattori, hi Manarori, hi Agatha. Cheering for Hong Kong. Do let me know if Hungary is going to get any support. It looks like they're going to need it. Chile takes 7 points for the road. Helig takes a 6-point field, so the 4-point move did indeed work out as you suggested, Elias. And another straight line for another point. Either monastery. I know you would. I know you would. So, like, you have a hierarchy, right, as to where you take the last point if you have a choice.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it changes, but
Monastery Road, City Field. I remember.
Yeah. Well, I think like if with your last meeple you can choose what to take and it's the same points, I would take a road. But usually, like there are some exceptions. For example, I really liked Liudeseli's 3-point move earlier today, where it's a 1-point move, but it adds 1 point to 2 other features of yourself. I think that was cool.
Yep.
Oh, so Chile wins by 5 points.
Chile wins by 4 points. Yeah, I was about to say like how much Chile do you like surprises?
Yeah.
I did not expect that. I mean, I kind of felt. I mean, Chile wasn't a. Yeah, Chile was in kind of a bad position, really, after this got blocked, after her city got blocked, and then after she got a farm, which was really, she had no way of holding. I think she was fortunate enough that he like invaded with only one meeple and not multiple. But then, yeah, apparently that scoreboard lead with all these small cities, that's what helped her convert this. And from Helig, I don't even know like what he could have done. Well, maybe this monastery was the main.
His big mistake was the monastery. Yeah.
Yeah. And like he also called it that it's never going to be finished. It doesn't get blocked anything, but there aren't any tiles to do this in. There were other features to get there. For example, if Helig were to have this meeple, he could have converted this position in a number of ways. For example, well, also finishing a big city was also an option. I wish he had done that. I so wish he had done that. Oh man, it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 46 points. 46 points for that monstrosity and 3 meeples back. Well, yeah. So anyway, an interesting game with like lots of big features and stuff. And another thing that you said, Elias, actually, here, if Helig were to drop a farmer instead of taking 2 points, that could have also changed the game, because while we were short on curves proper, there were many crossroads, many curvoids, and that was a rather easy field invasion with tempo. So that may be another tactical miss. Do you want to stick with this pair?
Sure.
And then we finish off with Siegfried.
Okay.
So Chill is now the starting player. And she also gets the first monastery for 5 points, controlling Helig's city cap. Helig with his blue meeple still. There are multiple mini battles. Well, actually just one mini battle for now. This blue city against this yellow road. And the plan is to maybe do something like this cover up. Ooh.
Okay. I was going to mention this because like the two most intuitive options in that scenario were to either take this road, point it the other way, and take it to try to invade.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Road, but I think
I like the move, but he had to place a meeple. Because it's just giving points to your opponent. Like this here is a nice orientation, but truly blocking the square is really wishful thinking. For example, like if Chilla gets a road monastery, she just wins the game on the spot. Helig though gets the road monastery, and if only there were a blue meeple here, he could have just placed the monastery here and chilled. Now, doing so would not be a very good move because that would be helping her road so much. I've seen this from a lot of playing in the opening, just kind of making a move, hoping for a block, not realizing that you really do need that insurance in case the block is unsuccessful. Chilla now continues her road. Now, I'm not sure if he can meeple it back. Probably not. Maybe something like this, hurting the meeple on the left. Well, now he meeples the road. But you see, so he does make the same move, but he makes it in a worse situation. Now he meeples the road, which he should have meepled before, when it also helps Yellow's monastery a lot. And obviously this monastery, while still decent, is not as good as it would have been in this square. Small things, far-reaching consequences.
No, it's going to be interesting whenever the splitter comes. Like if you are blue and you get the splitter, do you split from the left. The Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not
Gotcha.
sure.
I think you place it in the square, like where it best belongs. Let me just actually get a scoreboard update. So Zekrit's still playing. YY1 against Kisimo. Chill obviously won against Helic. Easton once against Tildy. And Cinderella once against Lil Small. So far we have a 2-2 tie. And
now, for example, Chile now can join the roads and hope to block the blue city and then split from the blue city. But maybe it's a bad idea because the blue city would be big anyway.
Yeah.
So I think she will just add it to the... Yeah.
That move is much better. Helic now continues the potentially shared road, also trying to block Chile's monastery. She gets again the same tile, but she cannot defend her monastery. What can she do though? She tries to finish the monastery on the left. Helic now has to either invade or block. If he invades, there are all 5 Doritos left to connect, but if he blocks, there's still 3 daggers left. But with like this, there's still splitters remaining. But Chile gets the road monastery, gets herself a meeple back and an advantage on the scoreboard. This is now not looking good for the player from Hong Kong. Straight line for a Helic. Not a very good choice of options. Not a very good variety of options. Maybe just here, adding a point. Maybe here, securing the road. Maybe even doing something like this and trying to... No, that would be bad. Yeah, what do you even do here as blue, Elias?
Yeah, I think you added to the monastery, but... Yeah, I don't think this is a particularly good move. Because that row is most likely shared.
Well,
now
I can kind of understand this move. So it's not just about giving a point. It's also about not allowing the reinvasion of the road. So it's protecting that road a little bit. I guess that's the idea there. Chile gets herself some quick points. Why do I say Elias? Helic now with the tile to connect the cities, not allowing a splitter. Chile now with a curve, which is a fantastic tile for her to finish a monastery and drop the first farmer of the game.
Or does she take the road?
Well, she doesn't take anything, which I think is a bit of an imprecision.
Because now Helic will take... Well, do you take the road?
I know, right?
Risking the reinvasion of the city?
Well,
I think you take the 3-point road.
I think you take the 4-point road, because risking the invasion of the city, it's what Helic has to do. So normally in an equal game, you want to avoid things.
I didn't realize he was so far behind.
He was so far behind, and it's all because of one move. Like, all this monastery sequence was only possible because Helic forgot to place a meeple here, and this monastery on the right got stranded instead of equalizing the spot over here. Again, small things, far-reaching consequences.
Helic can go for the volatile 4-point road.
Of course, obviously. Like, we have to do it. Like, because we're behind so much. Like, how else are we gonna win?
But what I think he'll do is he will add it to the city on the top.
Yeah.
No, he went for the 3-point road. Okay.
Well, down 16 points on the scoreboard. Chile gets herself a blocking tile. Pretty interesting. Okay. He has... Would you do it, Elias? You know what I'm thinking, right? You know what I'm thinking. Would you do it?
Because I see many options. So he can take the 4-point road. He can try to close his city. He can...
Take the 4-point city up top as well.
Take the 9-point field, take the 4-point city, try to go for a big city taking the other side, and
yeah. And he plays the most peaceful move. And like, okay, his next tile must be the road Dorito. Like, I think, honestly, invading here is maybe a little bit too desperate with the small number of Dorito tiles remaining, especially with no triple city tiles remaining, but that would have been the content move! Okay, not that kind of Dorito. I'm still disappointed.
I think now he has to grow the city to disencourage Chile from splitting.
Ah, you mean like over here? Yeah, maybe? Or just grow the city on the rights as well, because he wants to get that meeple back. I mean, he's behind 12 points. It's not actually that terrible.
Yeah, and he goes for the block. I would do that if it was even. No,
Yeah.
Chile, does she take the road or the field?
The road,
She
that's a
takes the
great
road.
move. For field, we can fight
She wants
later.
to take the field when she closes the road. Except Healing will take the field right now.
Oh, beautiful move here. But still, Chile can just afford the loss of the field. Unless it gets way, way, way too big. I mean, she also has an extra meeples. Blue has some meeple trouble on top. 12 points on the scoreboard now. 18 on the scoreboard. Should not make it difficult to convert this. She finishes a 6-point roll. Starting the city on the left. She's also threatening, of course, to finish the city and drop a farmer. And this is something against Blue needs to react immediately. We're going to see a move something like this in due course.
I think he will try to block the new city.
Yeah, but that's good.
Yeah.
And also kind of that old city move, it worked. So I know generally I'm against blocking when you're behind, but then it's also, it's very hard to argue against blocking when it works so well in that particular instance.
Yeah. Of course, the move with the straight line was almost mandatory. Now...
But now
I think she will just grow her city, but she could... No, I don't think it's in Chile's interest to join the roads, right? Because then Helix can reattack and there's a big feature.
Yeah. The roads could be reinvaded.
So I think she will just add it to her city. There are 3 cows already on the board. Oh, okay, she does the thing that I said was bad.
Well, maybe she figures that she's not like far enough ahead, and if Helix were to draw the tile which he just drew, he could finish the city and come back on the scoreboard.
No,
he can close this.
Chile can attack the road and finish it instead of closing the city.
She should have. She should have.
I would have gone for it.
Yeah. There are still a lot of curves remaining. It would have been such a strong move. Yeah, we see an aversion to big features today. But I mean, honestly, it's also difficult to argue with Chile's moves because her position is good. Like, you know, the biggest threat in Carcassonne, finish the city, drop and farmer. It's still good. The thing with the road, though, my main concern in leaving this open when you are ahead is that there's still a crossroads available, actually multiple crossroads, for Helix to do the thing that Chile didn't want to. So doing this, invading and taking how many points? Like 15 or something like this. Or 14. Blue is building up his lonely monastery.
Yeah. I feel like Chile is just going to connect her farmer. Oh, what is that? Oh, okay. So she really wants that field. I don't like this move.
Yeah, it's blockable in one move. So like there's also like it's such a classic way to throw games at some point. Like when you're ahead 22 points on the scoreboard, a way to lose the game is to start dropping 0-point farmers. It does not mean that she'll lose. In fact, she now has a full block available against Helix City. So let's see if she sees that. I'm not sure if that's the best move necessarily, but there's still daggers that would give Helik 10 points and a meeple back, and if we just do something like this, that would be a permanent block. This is almost a permanent block, this is not a full block. There's still one road Dorito that goes over here. It was more precise to actually put this downwards, and Helik can take advantage of this if only he does something like this. He will then hope for a city cap and a road Dorito, in which case he'd gain a lot of points. In the meantime, in the chat, thank you, Agatha, for giving us updates. In fact, there are already several deciders happening in Eastung 120. So for some reason, Carcassonne GG doesn't quite show all the updates just yet. It only shows the first game, so maybe it's gonna show up a little bit later. So Helik found his best defense. In the meantime, Chile successfully connected to the farm and also covered up the invasion of her other farmer. And with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 curves remaining, she is 94% likely to complete the invasion.
Yeah, and I will eat my words that it was a bad move.
Oh, I won't. I mean, it was a mistake. Yeah. It was a mistake. Like you don't want to drop 0-point farmers which are blockable in one move when you are 20 points ahead on the scoreboard. Because a simple curve would have done the job for Helik. Well, yeah, and also another reason it covers up her ruin as well. Like she can't get points.
And he fights for the field too. I was going to say, what if as Helik you just keep growing the city and take the other side?
Ooh.
And bet 2 meeples on a huge city.
I think that's very interesting. The one issue that I would have is that Valic still has a blocking tile, like a monastery here, although that would be a very interesting way to block. Or even the last remaining vanilla city cap. And another reason why I probably prefer leaving the city intact for now is you want to cover it up as soon as possible. And if you take the right side with a Dorito, then you're restricting the city cap either towards the road or towards the field. And there's still, I think, city caps of both kinds available, so you just want to keep the square unrestricted for as long as possible. And now, we do it now.
He has to, without a meeple, of course.
Okay, there we go. So Chilla gets herself a curve.
Yeah, now he has real chances, right?
Now he has real chances. So this is what one tactical mistake can make a difference. This was a partial block. Same move, 2 squares lower would have been a full block, but not anymore. The road Dorito tile separates Helik from a defeat and a victory, really.
Yeah. Okay, here's the splitter. So he can. How many Doritos are left?
One road Dorito.
Well, maybe I would split anyway, because if Valic blocks the city on the right, maybe he can close the one on the left.
Yep. But there's also another option. We can wait, and then if Valic does block the city, then we get another splitter, and then we go for the city on the left. So it's like keeping options open.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so maybe he can just put this splitter on, there. Oh, but he doesn't take anything.
But it's very volatile. It's certainly, it's interesting. So he's trying to take big risks.
Well, Valic has to take this city now, right? And that exposes, it allows her to maybe block the farmer.
Yeah, he does not himself get a defense tile. But also, like, there's so many other options now. Either side can go here with a 3rd farmer. Oh, what a sequence. What a sequence for Chilla. And now I doubt that even a Dorito with a road is going to help the player from Hong Kong. So we're approaching a 2-0 sweep. But a Vanilla City Cap is a good tile One
There
way
are
to use
two
it is
9-point fields, which
yeah.
is definitely better for Chile.
So I think that he had another option. Instead of these 4 points, he could have gone over here with his last meeple, with the farmer, hoping to get a curve and get a majority on this field. Because now Chile can quite easily do a boatload of things with this. She can actually go over here at the bottom.
She can do that same thing. Okay, I was thinking if you're gonna take this field, I would take it on the right, so that Hilik cannot take the other one.
Or maybe she wants to draw some sort of tile that would allow her to take
And
the other
I
side.
think Hilik maybe Hilik needs to go for the road now. The thing is,
Do you
now
think
it's
it's that bad?
blockable. Probably he's down by a lot, I think.
I mean, no, the road Dorito is going to still be a lot. Like, he was also going to go for a 6-point farm here. And I mean, 4 points in a farming connection certainly seems like a viable option.
Yeah. Then Chile can reconnect. So maybe for Chile, the winning move was to take the 3-point field and just win the field. But no, I think this one is good too. She will increase her chances of stealing the field, maybe.
I don't think so. I think she's going to go for the secondary field. That would be an interesting option. Just drop a last meeple for another 9 points and then hope for one more. Okay, or that, yeah. But the downside is having a city cap in Helix field, and Helix gets the Dorito!
Dorito. Okay.
There we go. 6 points on the farmer, maybe. Actually, that wasn't necessary, really. Because there's so many 6-point farms, there kind of isn't any point. He's still 4 points down. But he has a monastery.
There's a 9-point field. She can take the 7-point monastery or prevent Helix from taking the 9-point field.
Yeah, either makes sense.
Yeah.
Nice move here, but he can take it anyway.
But it doesn't work.
Oh, man. I think we see some nerves here from the Hungarian side. Not something that I expected. So I'm not sure what the full score is. There are a lot of shared features on the board. Valic is 4 points ahead, but Helix has a 7-point monastery. He also has a smaller field. Chile has a 9-pointer here, and Helix has...
Oh, no. Oh, no, I think he hallucinated. I think he thinks he's stealing the big field.
Yeah.
Because well, I mean, there's no reason to take at a 6 points rather than a 9-point.
I'm not sure.
And the 9-pointer was connected, was the biggest field.
Yeah, and also there's a chance to actually connect to the big one as well. The only way how can I logically explain this move? Maybe that was like a sneaky way of not letting Chile take a field. Because then, obviously, there's nothing that goes here, but there were tiles that go here for a field. Yeah, I think that should be all she wrote, really, because after Chile connects 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's 21 points. And if only he would have gone just here, regular 9-pointer, chances to reconnect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there was a straight line for him to connect anyway. And I think at this point, Chile can just do whatever.
I know that has to be a hallucination. Yeah, I think any move wins at this point.
Well, at the very least, actually, I think she needs to take a 6-point field. At the very least, Helix can make his field into a 9-point field like this. Because he would be taking advantage from this here castle. The big one on the left. So probably from Chile's perspective, it's good to go here and just take this 6-point field. A lot of 6-point field in this position.
I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Okay, so at least for once I'm seeing something. I'm not hallucinating. There is one more castle. So if Healy goes here with a road, which he should, like this, on the right, next to his monastery, he's going to bring this guy all the way here and make him touch this castle. 3-point move. But he does not see it. He makes a 1-point move. Everybody's hallucinating.
So by castle...
The big monstrosity! The shared monstrosity. It's also a completed city.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got it. But it's not in any field.
It is in a field.
At the moment.
Well, it could have been.
So you're suggesting she takes this 3-point field that could grow into a 6-point field or a shared 9-point field.
It is a 6-point field, as it is. She can take it now.
As it is? Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry.
The two big castles, and nobody sees it. The players don't see it. Hungary doesn't see it. Hong Kong doesn't see it. Mexico doesn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I mean, I'm not sure what to feel, because like these back and forth games with a lot of mistakes. First of all, Chile giving away the city for Helig, then Helig hallucinating with the farms. It's very fun to watch, but it's also sometimes quite emotionally demanding.
Yeah.
But, very, very few games are without mistakes, so don't y'all worry about this. We just appreciate all the content moves. Congratulations to Chile, I think, very well-deserved victory. Fun. Like, strategically, even though she had made some tactical mistakes like this one, like, her long-term plan was solid, abuse her meeple advantage because he had trouble to consolidate. Also wanted to point out that monastery over here, everything, that meeple disadvantage, that simply stems from not meepling this road over here. This monastery could have been over here. This would have reduced the scoreboard advantage of Chile. This would have also reduced the advantage of Helix. So very often, games are decided by some one opening move, like the orientation of a curve, like where exactly you take to point, stuff like this. Anyway, fascinating duel.
Yeah.
Let's check what the score is. Whom do you want to watch next, Elias?
I don't know. So I can watch game 5 because I have no idea who they are.
So the scoreboard is updating a little slow, but we do get, well, obviously now Valic got the point. Eastung already won against Tilde 2-0 quite long ago. So Cinderella 23, are they still playing? And they are not. Little Small has won against Cinderella 23, so Hong Kong gets 2 points. So what else?
Okay. So we're left with Kisemo and Siegfried, right?
Yes. Well, what about YY?
That's Kisemo.
Oh, that's Kisemo.
YY. So
okay.
So Ferenc won game 1, and they are playing game 2.
Huh. No, they're now playing game 3. Kisemo just won the second one.
Oh.
And they've barely started their decider.
Oh, Kisemo won. So I missed the first one somehow, but okay, yeah. They're 1-1.
So, Elias, we're kind of continuing with our plan. We're leaving Zekrid for later, who has barely started their second game. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Now, YY against Kisemo. If YY wins this one, then Hong Kong will have won the match. So, Hungary has to win. Wait, Hong Kong? I keep forgetting the score. Yes, Hong Kong. So, Lil Small.
Hong Kong won at the least 2, right? Yeah.
Yes. And Hungary has won 1. So Kissimo has to win this one in order to preserve his chances.
Right. And it looks better for Hong Kong because they've defended a juicy city, but Kisemo has a city of his own. And now it's even, I think.
Yeah, position with lots of tension. So I slightly prefer the Hong Kong player.
Ooh, I think that's a mistake by
You would have covered up at the north, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly why. So as Kissimo was threatening this city, and it was not an easy decision, right? Because there can be good outcomes in all kinds of ways. YY now gets himself. Oh, that's a misclick. That's a misclick.
I think that's a misclick. Yeah.
That's defo a misclick. I know that they know their stuff, especially at the speed in which it was played. So that's already very unfortunate. Now he forgoes his 3 points. The farmer is actually not that bad because this field will matter. You know, after a couple of curves, it's going to have a lot of green squares. It's just these 3 points. Not having the 3 points is going to be quite painful, and also
the meeple disadvantage.
And the meeple disadvantage, right? So there's no urgency about the field. And I know that sometimes this happens.
Because I'm thinking if you don't. If you have 2 meeples, you can attack the road now, for example. Mm-hmm. But with 1 meeple, you can't.
Well, I mean, you're going to get a meeple back here. So I guess the question is, does YY want to go for the content move and go here and attack the city here through a triple city?
And that would be fun. I don't think they will do it.
I hope they do it. I'm not sure that's the best move or not, because the thing is, now that you say about this move back for Kissimo when he took 3 points, it was not necessarily such a bad move, because whenever YY invades, it puts them in a bit of an awkward spot. Yeah, obviously because they don't want to spend their last meeple on the invasion to the monastery. They don't want to put all of their eggs in one basket about this here tile. Kissimo is trying to block upstairs, but maybe it was a bit better to block downstairs, but that's certainly interesting. And the thing is, like, YY could not have gone over here because that would have given a chance for Kissimo to reinvade the city. So YY, yeah, really just gonna have the square empty for a long time. But now the other meeple here is vulnerable. He defends indirectly, still 2 daggers that fit into the square. So far, disaster has been averted as Kissimo is not able to place a dagger into the square to block. Still, plenty of straight lines to come. Kissimo is trying to build his city. YY with a curve immediately blocks. Now both players need the same dagger. 2 of these remaining, maybe 1 for each. And another move. Oh, that's so painful. Now YY needs a dagger in 2 places. The good old Sophie's choice block.
And they have to do the indirect defense.
But how?
I would defend with the city.
Intuitively, it seems to be the case. At least, like, I'm just tile counting real quick. It seems if you defend like this, then you give back your opponent fewer blocking tiles than if you defend like this. There's an abundance of curves. There's still 7 regular curves remaining, so that wouldn't be much of a protection. It would be protecting against straight lines, but your opponent already has a use for a straight line over here for blocking.
Exactly.
So YY find his best tactic. Yeah. And also, by the way, the issue with having your meeples almost blocked is that you have to defend. And instead of defending, YY would have rather just gone over here and blocked his opponent. And so as Kissimo is attacking YY, it also gives Kissimo more chances to make out alive out of this situation. Yeah. The expression attack is the best defense works for meeples as well.
YY is also in a tough spot regarding the city on the top, because if they join the city with any tile, Kissimo can reattack. And if they go for the someone tactic of expanding their side first, then Kissimo can block 2 against 1.
And I'm going to add, if YY does nothing, then Kissimo can just wait and draw a splitter and finish his city. And there we go.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen.
And there we go. So
Yeah,
this
so
is good for...
field is 6 points now.
Yes. This was the goal all along. But I think Wi-Fi, oh my god. I think YY will need to make this field even smaller because he got to block his opponent, right? Just...
Yeah, I think so.
2 daggers is way too many. And also this game, it's not like this position is lost. I mean, Kissimo's 7 points ahead on the scoreboard. It's not a disaster.
Yeah, and YY can close the 8-point city on the top.
Yeah, and he can still
And
draw a
still
dagger.
can close the 10-point city on the bottom.
Yep.
10? No, 12, right?
I was thinking about this.
Yeah.
But it
gets the
has to
other
be a
dagger.
mistake. By the way, also, of course, an insane pull to draw the 1 remaining dagger after this block. But still, okay, why am I going to block green now?
And this is the kind of situation that can get some players tilted. When you block so that the tile they have in hand is the only tile that fits there. And especially when you are already behind.
I know. I'm just trying to find an explanation. I completely agree it can get you tilted, but what can get me even more tilted is why? Why?
And so I think this is a psychological mistake by Kissimo.
Yes, we're on the same page. Yes.
So if you, because the thing is, YY isn't forgetting about that city, so you should not remind them of that city.
Exactly. That's the point. Because like, what's the point of defending if your opponent is not gonna block you? With so many chances, and I think now YY is gonna wait a minute. Well, my opponent thinks this city is important. Let me block that. Yeah. Anyway,
well, but she already, or I don't know if it's he or she. They already had another chance to block and took 2 points instead. And I thought what YY was going to do is, instead of taking those 2 points, invade the road and really hope for that dagger.
Well, that's certainly a content move, but the point difference from the road is going to be 8 points. So I don't think the 6-point difference is worth the temporary meeple disadvantage.
So maybe so trying to justify the move that instead of blocking you take the 2 points, it also kind of makes the field a bit more hopeful, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because, like, first of all, if you get this dagger over here, in addition to this 6-point farmer, you get to prolong this farm all the way here, taking advantage of another city for 3 points and a bunch of green squares. And Kissimo gets the first dagger of the game. So YY was so reluctant. He had like 4 blocking tiles in a row.
Yeah. So I think what the other thing that could be happening is that YY played that farmer on accident, and now they are like, you know what, I want this farm to be big, so I'm not gonna block any city on this field because I want my farmer to be justified.
Actually, some players are like that. Some players are genuinely like that. Like, it's a psychological thing that can happen, that you almost start helping your opponent's cities just for the sake
As
of
long
growing
as
your
they are in
field,
your field.
while not realizing that you're in the net negative because your opponent gets the city points. Oh, why?
And I also think Kisemo will invade this field on the left at some point, like probably right now. No, he's trying to block instead of blocking right away, but it would not have worked anyway. I think he should drop a 6-point farmer now.
Maybe, yeah. Well, maybe. Or just, I like continuing here. I like continuing here as well. He's trying to be efficient because he's not in a rush necessarily. And there are many places where he can farm. He can farm here, for example, as well. YY could also farm in theory. Also, tactically, I actually really like Kisemo's moves. Kisemo seems to be like really solid here. For example, this, instead of blocking right away, was very nice because he wants to make another Sophie's Choice block, like a triple Sophie's Choice block. So YY already needs one of the 2 daggers in 2 places, but then if Kisemo were to succeed, then YY would need the dagger in 3 places as well. A monastery for Kisemo. And an interesting decision. Do you go for the standard spot, which would be over here for 5 points, pre-building a road monastery, or do you like your advantage and you don't want to give your position volatility? But then if you don't meeple it there, where do you meeple? Do you go for 5 points over here, which is a good spot, but it also helps out your monastery? Or do you forego the monastery and just drop a 6-point farmer like you suggested?
Yeah, the one that I like the least is helping the opponent's monastery, because you are in the meeple lead, and I think you should keep the meeple advantage.
Yeah, but what I can't really justify is just not doing anything. I mean, at least a farmer there, right? With 4 meeples.
YY can defend the city and take 2 points. I think this is the move now.
But why does he need to defend the city if he already has a city at the
Oh
bottom?
yeah, but there's only one. But no, yeah, it's better to.
Well, actually, Elias.
So
I
maybe
think...
maybe you can take the other side of the road and go for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-point road instead.
That could certainly be interesting. This would also pre-build a 5-point road for the monastery. But he makes the move that you originally suggested and also leaves back a 5-point road. But I think it's not bad at all because there is a situation where sometimes Red might be incentivized to finish the smaller city instead of the bigger city. And a situation would be, if Kisemo goes over here at some point and then tries to invade the field and drops a 6-point farmer here, then it will be better for YY to finish the small city instead of the big one, which is already on his opponent's field, and would let in a hypothetical red meeple, a hypothetical green meeple into this bigger red field here.
Yeah, agree. So I like Kisemo's field there. Now he takes the other side.
Yeah.
So if you take the dagger as YY, they can still take the 6-point field on the bottom and join the fields.
Right.
So
yeah.
you lose 3, but you gain 3. I think it's still better to just close the small city.
It depends on the timing. It depends on the timing as well. Because, for example, YY could also finish the big city, but then before that, they could invade this field over here. Because you see, the field on the left that Kisemo just took, it has something that YY's field on the right does not have. Whilst YY's field has potentially 12 points and 4 completed cities, Kisemo's field has a lot of green squares. And just by a short glance, there are quite a few city plus field city caps, and so this fields could grow pretty quickly in a couple of moves. In the meantime, it appears that we're going to have another decider as CT and Siegfried have tied. A dagger, just not the kind that we expected.
No, that's the dagger that YY wanted.
Oh, that's the dagger
yeah.
that YY wanted. Okay, then it's kinda GG. So everything
Yeah,
is
I don't
kinda gonna be
think-
decided by Siegfried. You know what? It's not GG. A way to
So
win
there
this.
are monasteries.
Yes, exactly. This is exactly what I'm thinking. But I'm wondering, is YY the type of player that can recognize the level of desperation needed to go for monastery setups? Because before you go for a monastery, you need to take something like a vanilla city cap. And I think that Wi-Fi... Why do I keep saying this? Actually, you know what? YY might use a double vanilla city cap to go here, finish this monastery, connect to the field, and then use a road monastery and a regular monastery over here on the right. And maybe even drop a farmer and invade the bottom field, something like this. I just generally, so I played a few interesting games. So first of all, when Sunny came over for streaming jointly, we did do a lot of practice games together. And then I also played recently in the match against Taiwan. I was playing against Sakura Kim. And I noticed a lot that this pattern of something like this, and then they are like a double evil hamster. Yes, what we can call it. So like, a way to get 18 points with 2 monasteries. Whenever this pattern occurs, it greatly benefits the side that is behind. So, for example, when we were doing a practice game, I was ahead a lot against Sunny, and the way he came back and overtook the position was exactly by this double evil hamster. And why? Oh, that is interesting.
Probably. Yeah. So YY can go for the single evil hamster now.
He kind of has to, because if he doesn't do it, then Kisimo just gets a vanilla C cap and blocks it completely.
Oof! But now Kisimo is threatening another thing.
Yeah. No, but that's a good thing, because it is in YY's field.
Right.
So maybe as YY we go over here and we finish that city. Yeah, YY...
I think Kisimo can drop a second farmer now just to win the field in case of an evil hamster.
Yeah, I think that is...
And yeah...
a pretty safe
That's
bet.
like too much, right?
Oh, there's another option actually. Instead of doing this, you can go over here and just cover up his city, because there's still a sizable number of city plus field city caps. For example, 3 vanilla city caps are still in the game, and this would make sure that he can finish his city pretty easily. Another vanilla city cap for YY. He needs to draw a lot of this, scores 4 points, trying to claw his way back on the scoreboard. Kisimo with a cow.
Yeah. I don't understand. So I think Kisimo's plan with this curve was to enlarge his field, with I think is a bit unnecessary. But
yeah, I would assume maybe he was just like didn't find a move and try to get marginal value. So this would enlarge if he gets one more curve. Then this here big city is going to be in his field, so he's going to get 3 points extra. YY gets the road monastery before Kisimo managed to drop a farmer, and now all bets are off. YY can take this road. YY could even overtake the farm for 12 points. Kisimo with the road. YY
will attack the city, and now it's not clear. YY has a better field, is ahead by 6.
But they have less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. And there's an option to reattack the 12-point field.
There's an option to reattack again in multiple spots, so she has a lot of moves. But the city's really dangerous. The thing is, you can't actually connect to it because there are no Doritos, no triple cities, and if you do like this, which would be the standard move, the only tile that would fit there would be the splitter, which is good for Kissimo. So I wonder if YY can block this city instead, and not counting tiles, not counting tiles. I can understand the miscount, lack of time.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Then yeah, just follow your heart at that point.
But then, I think it was also not hard to calculate that it was blockable in one move. Like, all starting tiles have gone out. All daggers have gone out in a very painful way. That's the thing. This should be very easy to tile count the daggers because you remember how painful it was not to draw them.
Yeah, and you remember that he got the last one when you blocked the monastery. When you tried to block the monastery.
Yeah. And it was just...
Oh,
yeah.
That's the other side of dagger. But...
yeah. Anyway, YY still fighting. 1 minute on their clock. A reminder that the time rules are pretty strict. Is it time for...
yeah, I think they are in danger now.
Maybe here. Ninja Farmer, which is extremely blockable, but whatevs. Whatevs. And Kissimo just scores munching on points. YY. I think they have an invasion into the field through a straight line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. I was hoping that they would go here and drop a farmer and try to connect like this into the field, but that wouldn't work, sadly.
Kissimo gets a big road.
And the splitter belongs to Kissimo, who's going to finish this in style.
Yeah, but he won't be able to drop a 6-point farmer.
That's disappointing. But that's okay. The city is in YY's field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was going to say that Kissimo made a mistake by taking the road that way instead of making his field bigger. Oh, why would they take a 9-point field?
Oh my
They already
god!
lost some time, by the way.
Yeah, the time loss on time has to hurt, but oh man, 4 instead of 9 has to hurt so much. Time management, again, but it also comes from nerves.
Yeah.
And this also comes, I think, from not finding the composure after the misclick. Like, the misclick was not that bad. Oh, lordy. Oh, this has to hurt. I'm interested at the score. So if YY were to meeple the 9-point field, they would have 5 points more.
Yeah, I think they still lose, but...
No, they don't!
No.
Oh, dear lordy.
And someone said on the chat already, you
yeah,
can get the
that's
field,
Eugene
but
from Hong Kong.
It's game over by time anyway.
Well, yeah, you gotta leave yourself time for the end game, really. And I think, yeah, the real mistake was probably a counting mistake. I'm gonna assume that YY must have thought that maybe there's a city plus road city cap to finish the city. Maybe they have assumed that it's not possible, that she needs the city points for some reason, but yeah. And even after, she had 11 seconds actually. All you gotta do is just make a move in 11 seconds. YY still doesn't see.
Yeah. But by the way, if suppose the same sequence happens, but YY takes the 9-point field, but instead, but Kissimo places the curve on the other side, getting 3 more points.
Wait.
So I think the curve could have been a game-losing mistake.
Possibly, yes. Anyway, I think we've had enough emotions from this game. You know, we have misclicks, we have drawn daggers, we have evil hamsters, we have a loss on time, which honestly makes things less painful. Yeah, well, it is how it is. It's good for content because this means that the score is tied 2-2, 2 Hungary, 2 Hong Kong, and everything comes down to the decider between Siegfried and CT to the 5th power. And they're playing here. So I've opened this, and it looks good for Hong Kong on the scoreboard. CT's playing the red meeples, Siegfried with his traditional green. Siegfried has the monastery cluster, CT has the scoreboard. Looks like a balanced-ish position with advantage for CT because of the scoreboard and the soon-to-be-finished road. See, what do you make of this position, Elias? And what do you make of the last farmer by CT, which looks like a field with potential, but relinquishes the meeple advantage?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It restricts the monastery a little, but maybe it's okay. The thing is, no, there are no monasteries left. So I think if there were monasteries left, I think it would be a bad move, because if you get a monastery, you cannot stack anymore because you get double blocked. But the thing is, I don't think there are monasteries. Oh, is there one?
There's one.
There is one with no road.
And so the assumption is...
Yeah, so the thing is, if
I presume the assumption is that it's much more likely that CT is going to draw one of the 3 vanillas, or one of the 2 splitters that fit into the square before the one hypothetical roadless monastery. Exactly. So in that sense, it actually looks kind of all right. And the thing with that divider, if you are going to farm on the left side, you better do it right now, because the divider is a great tile for farming. And Siegfried concurs as he uses the divider to drop it in the other part of the board, which is strategically very wise, because he now knows that eventually he's going to get a meeple back from his monastery over here with one simple road. And what? Oh yeah, and then left, red has already invested on the left, and so if green develops the shared field, or the soon-to-be shared field, as red is about to invade over here, then green is quite likely to win the field ultimately, because you're going to have the meeple advantage on this side of the board.
Yeah, I was considering this move. The other one was joining the big cities, which I think could have been maybe bad, because it's adds too much volatility, and I think green was doing well enough to not make a big ruin.
I completely agree, and I think this was definitely something that's quite instructive, and many players would have gotten wrong. So Siegfried would have gotten more points by unifying the cities, as you say. That would have been a net positive move of at least 3 points, because this city side of red is better developed. But then it would create a bigger ruin and create a chance for somebody to get a splitter, for example, and try to re-attack that ruin as a counterbalance to the fields. So this here seems to be a much stronger alternative, and then he'll have a place where you can add city tiles to the right and enjoy a slight advantage on the mini battle. In the meantime, Siegfried was trying to block the road of CT, unsuccessful as CT gets a curve to prolong the road and also connect the farmers. Most importantly, a strategic objective accomplished. But now the Hungarian could in theory block this road semi-permanently, as there's only one starting tile remaining in the deck. And this is also the same problem that Siegfried experiencing, as CT was about to block over here. By the way, what were the odds? Remember, Elias, you said not to farm over here in case you get the regular monastery, and the regular monastery is exactly what comes out. But then CT doesn't really have meeples to cover that monastery. Anyway, he tries to block at the top.
Yeah, and I think, Siegfried has to go for 2 points instead of a meeple because it was going to get blocked.
Exactly, so that's important prioritization here from the Hungarian. It was, of course, super tempting to just go over here and get a meeple back. But why get a meeple back when you can get 3 meeples back in the long term?
Yeah, and now does CT drops his last meeple for a city on his field?
Oh, we're gonna have a field day with those puns.
Or do they leave it open?
Maybe leaving open is an option, because I hate getting blocked there. There's still a few crossroads available. But then also, yeah, that is also fine. It's just a point. Siegfried cleans off one of the city caps in his opponent's field. Catching up on the scoreboard, CT with another divider.
Oh my god.
So for now, we're going to continue developing the field on the left. Also CT in the time disadvantage. Siegfried also with not a lot of time on their clock.
I think, I was going to say CT will drop these caps in the field.
Siegfried with quick points, also saving some time. The field on the left is already worth 9 points, and also nobody took the scoreboard lead of CT. And now a difficult move for CT to find, but it's not. I think he can find this. Of course, there are plenty of ways to take 2 points. Oh, that's also decent. I think this is not what I would do.
What were you thinking about?
I was thinking taking 2 points over here, so that when I take this city cap in the future, I don't give back a farming platform. Yep, and actually this would have made all the difference in the world. I mean, this move also made sense. He was trying to block here, but it's just less likely to succeed. Yeah, and now this is just very easy to invade. Right now, if you want to. Or just 4 points for Siegfried, really.
I think the 4 points are good. I don't know what's the score difference at this moment.
Well, it actually looks like CT is doing pretty well as a result of these cities, because we need to remember that 10 points on the scoreboard and the 12 points on the field and a long road, whereas all that Siegfried has is an extra monastery and a meeple. So I think one way that Siegfried wins this is just scoring a lot. For example, going over here, scoring 4 points, getting straight line, curve, scoring a 7-point road, getting 2 meeples back, and then just doing normal stuff. Oh, instead he goes for a bigger city. So volatility it is. Another city point for CT probably makes it so that Siegfried is going to have to attack the farm. A curvy tile for Siegfried.
Yeah, I think he has to attack now.
But we want to finish the monasteries. And maybe we even want to not do this, but maybe we want to be even more aggressive and go here and meeple this road and take a straight line so that our road is longer. And then with a city tile, with a CT tile, we go over here and attack like this.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. So this is something that's going through Siegfried's mind.
Maybe.
But only so many things can go through your mind when you have 2 minutes on your clock. He has to use intuition here. What does your intuition tell you, Elias? You go for the field right now? Or do you finish a monastery?
My intuition told me to go for the field. Are there enough... Is there enough time to go for the monasteries first? Okay, he finishes a monastery.
Second farmer, is that crazy?
City.
From CT.
I
Last meeple on
think
the farm.
it could be good. I was also thinking 4 points on the shared field.
That's
But
possible.
I don't like that because it makes a long road that Siegfried will take. I think attacking the big ruin, I have to count if there are tiles to do it, but
Well,
this is
there
the
are
only
no
tile
big
that-
tiles.
Okay, but
So all the
Doritos-
8 triple and quadruple tiles have gone out, so that easily blockable. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
5, 6, 7, and there's still 3 Doritos, interestingly. But as CT, we
Yeah.
are in the lead. We don't need to attack anything. We're ahead on the scoreboard. We have the same number of monastery, and we have a field and the road.
You can also save your vote for 1 point. I don't know if there's any merit in doing that.
Yes, but meeples. Oh lordy, that'll be one quick way to lose the game. Yeah. Another way, very short on time. It's a complicated endgame. There's no time to calculate the tiles. You got to use intuition here. And he goes for the city points, which I don't think is correct.
So farmer with whatever tile. Okay, no.
Oh, there we go! Invasion of the ruin. This is beautiful.
And a city, you can try. Do you have time to try to block it?
I don't think so. Yeah, you just gotta do stuff. But Siegfried can still
Maybe?
go for the field, maybe.
No, yeah.
Like now?
I think maybe city had time to try to block the invasion of the big city.
I was thinking to block the invasion of the field or something.
So I was thinking putting the cap on like what he did right now, but 1 turn before. It would not have worked with the actual run out, but
Man, what City should have done is dropped a farmer here for a counter field invasion. And at least it would have been 3 points. Oh, lordy.
I think. Oh,
is that a block?
okay. I think the farmer was already blocked. Actually,
it's possible. Yeah, at least I remember there not being any road tiles, no crossroads.
But city has 21 seconds, and Siegfried will take the long road.
No, there was a road. The farmer, Siegfried could have invaded. I think it was a 50-50 for the game.
So the curve was useless, actually.
Yes. Oh, lordy.
So what City should have done with that curve is just grow his field 3 points and add 1 point to the monastery.
No. Yes. Yeah, that's right. But again, like he had 12 seconds. He didn't know the tiles.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So who? I mean,
think
still.
Oh, my intuition said Siegfried, but now that the city points are counted, the difference looks favorable for CT. I think.
Yeah. Like I think Siegfried really needed both. What a way to win this. On the one table where I thought Hungary had the best chance, CT 5 times is the hero of Hong Kong today. What a match.
That was fun.
You know, it's just like online chess. The time scramble. Yeah, so maybe time management is something that Hong Kong still needs to work with, as we also saw in YY's game. But when you look at the quality of the move, still, like the strategy building the field totally paid off. And even though Siegfried completed the monastery cluster and took away a giant city from CT, it was still not enough. Long road, big field, Hong Kong for the win. So we could check what this means for the tournament situation. I think this would be pretty interesting because Hong Kong lost to Catalonia, but now Hong Kong won against Hungary. Hungary, did they win their first match? Do you remember?
I don't remember. No, they lost.
Against China. Okay, that's excusable. So then, yeah, I guess for Hungary, this was one of the key duels. Now, in order to qualify, Hungary just has to win against Finland and Catalonia. They will be the key two adversaries. They're yet to play with Australia, where they're going to be the heavy favorites. So, tough luck for Hungary. Still decent tiebreakers because it was a close loss. Congratulations to all the Hong Kong supporters in the chat, which appears to be, or at least by the number of messages, the majority of y'all. Oh, what an ending. So what was our next order of business? In 27 minutes, there's Brazil versus Spain. And before that, we might take a glimpse at the final moments of Ukraine versus Thailand, or at some moments from Uruguay, Italy, but these wouldn't be the final moments.
We can. How's Thailand doing?
Oh yeah, we actually have updates. So let me just have a look at Carcassonne GG. Oh, apparently it's a decider. Apparently, okay. So I'm just gonna pull this up real quick. So apparently, Baziluk won 2-0 against Pakshe, which I think is a bit of an upset. I thought Pakshe was the favorite, the leader of Thailand, but Adrier won 2-1 against Lee ZT. Pavel Breen lost 2-0 against Gun07, and Lawyer lost 1-2 against Nat Pira. So Tanya against Inidad, the only non-master on the Ukrainian team, is playing against an expert. But this might have already been concluded. Let me just have a look real quick. Tanya. No, she's still playing.
Tanya, I think Tanya represented Ukraine at the World Championship at some moment.
It is possible.
Right?
It is possible. I haven't... Yeah, actually... Wasn't it 2003? Anyway, well, it looks pretty good for Tanya on the scoreboard. So he has 50 points and 5 meeples in hand. But Inidad has a city waiting to happen at the bottom, and there's still all 4 triple city tiles that would fit into that square for at least a 18-point city. No, yeah, 18-point city at least. And
I think it was the year you got second. I think Tanya was there, right?
I think so, yeah.
Because I remember streaming a game of Tanya against Alfonso.
Well, Alfonso was there, because I played against her in round 3.
Yeah.
No, Tanya too. Anyway,
Tatiana Usenko, yeah, she got 9th place on 2023. She was out of the playoffs by tiebreakers.
In the meantime, we actually have a really exciting, really close position because Idinidad finished their city and also dropped a 6-point farmer as well, which makes a lot of sense. And it's a super open position.
I can't watch the game with you because one of them blocked me. I have a theory about whom.
Oh, no. So, I mean, we still have to watch this game.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm gonna, in order for you to participate, Elias, I'm just gonna give you like general Carcassonne questions, I guess. So basically, Tanya is still 50 points. Inidad is a 39. Tanya has 3 yellow meeples. Inidad has 2 blue. And there's a medium-sized field in the center for 12 points, which is shared like this. And in the midst of action, an 8-point monastery for blue, waiting to be completed with a vanilla city cap. The only problem is that all 5 vanilla city caps have gone out, so in fact this monastery is completely blocked. This also means that it is much harder for Unidad to finish their 8-point city there and get a meeple back like that. So from the tournament standpoint, I think, Elias, you should be rooting for either for Ukraine to win all matches, except Mexico, of course, or to hope that everything is as equal as possible, which would mean Thailand winning Ukraine. In any case, whoever wins this match is going to put their team in the #1 spot in Group C at the moment. So 2 cities are going to be completed. Maybe. Tanya has a 9-point farmer at the bottom.
I'm watching the stream, so I'm looking at the past, but
at the distant past, yes. I think it is like 1 minute or so.
Yeah, I'm watching with 16 tiles remaining.
There are 10 tiles remaining now.
Okay.
So, but the position really hasn't changed that much. I mean, Tanya has gotten her farmer blocked. So this move here from Unidad, some nice tile counting, making sure that there's nothing that fit into this square. There normally would be 5 tiles, but all of them are on the board. There we go, all 5. So I'm now wondering, can Unidad's city at the top be still finished? And I think it can, especially now that he gave himself more options to do so. But Tanya can expand her field at the bottom and take the 6-point road. That's one of her options. Or maybe it's better for her to go over here and try and make a blocking move. She's also 11 points ahead on the scoreboard, which is not to be discounted. Both players are finishing to finish a city with a city cap, but we're very, very short on city cap. So I cannot give an exact count. Actually, I can. There is 1 dagger of each kind. So let's say if Tanya goes here, Unidad goes here, it's a bit of a wash. A slight advantage for Tanya because in addition to her scoreboard advantage, she has the extra meeple, which probably going to be used over here. The only problem is that if you go here, it gives Unidad access into your field, and there are also multiple platforms, and this 12-point field at the bottom could steal the spotlight from the main 12-point field at the top. Tanya goes for blocking moves, calculating tiles, making sure that there's fewer tiles that fit into that square. Now, there's still a dagger remaining. A quick 3-point road for Unidad, whilst also kind of blocking Tanya's city. That's a really smart double-purpose move. Tanya, with a cow tile, looking to either prolong Unidad's city at the top to make sure that it cannot be completed even with the last dagger, although then still going to be the risk of Unidad drawing 2 city caps, which are still existent if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, never mind. There's dagger asymmetry. Yeah, because 3 of the right daggers have gone out. So this was an even more potent block. And there's still 2 left-hand daggers. So this move wasn't much of a block. There are still 2 moves for Tanya. I presume Unidad wants to do something like this later on. Also, how we're doing for curves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No curves remaining, which drastically reduces the field invasion options for both opponents. Like, you can't really go here that easily. I mean, you can still use a straight line of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 remaining. But then maybe if Tanya goes here and just covers up this invasion like this, she can keep the 9-point field for herself. So it's a very complicated position with a lot of factors to think about. So Elias, in general, like when you have 5 minutes on the clock with 3 meeples, do you prefer to go for positional consideration, just sort of what feels right, or are we at the point in the game where we just try to calculate every single possible option? Tanya drops an insurance farmer for 3 points. Unidad forgoes the point and tries to invade the main field through one of the two remaining dagger. That's a brilliant move. A lot of success options. Around 80%, but Tanya gets the first dagger, finishes the city for 8 points, and she's even thinking of meepling a 0-point field, I guess. Should probably just get a meeple back, but still, 1 dagger, 1 chance for Unidad to get a whopping, I can't even count how much, it's so many points. Actually, I can. It's going to be 5 points for the road plus 15 points for the field. So this game is super dependent on daggers. Unidad did sacrifice a lot. They could have taken this 4-point road, but they chose this here approach. They could have also blocked Tanya's city. 3 points for Unidad. Tanya, with 3 moves to play and 3 meeples to play, surely she's going to do something significant. Maybe dropping a 3-point farmer. Maybe dropping a more point farmer. Maybe not dropping any farmer at all. An intuitive move seems to go over here at the top and anticipate the completion of Unidad's city, but I don't think it can be completed because I just don't see what kind of city cap you would do that. Yeah, so this city is in fact permanently trapped. 13 points extra on the scoreboard. Better fields at the bottom, but the one threat, a huge threat with the dagger. So her strategic decision now is whether to go all in on trying to block the invasion over here, or to just try and leverage her scoreboard lead and simply outrun the potential invasion. Or maybe there is a third option that she can think of a counter threat somewhere else. She goes for a 3-point road. The dagger is drawn by Unidad. 5 points for the road, 15 points for the field. Only 8 points behind on the scoreboard. Tanya gets herself a starting tile. And I presume the move that she made was setting up a farmer over here, right? So that would give her 4 points, 1 for the road, 3 for the farm. At least that's the greatest that she do. But what she needs to calculate now, is that even enough for her to win? Because her 8 points on the scoreboard are compensated by this 8-point monastery. And in the bottom cluster of the board, she only has 8 points. She only has 6 points extra on the field, so she has 9 points for this field and 3 points for this field, and also these fields could be merged if there's a road tile remaining in the deck, of which I'm not sure. I actually don't think there is. Yeah. So then for Tanya, the question is, if she can't outrun Unidad, maybe there's a way to drop a farmer somewhere, but I just don't see it, because we need road tiles with a starting tile in hand. And we don't really have road tiles. There are no daggers remaining, otherwise going here and dropping a farmer and invading through the left would be a decent option. So she goes for her equity move. For highest scoring move, she takes 4 points, 3 for the field, and Unidad gets the monastery. Tanya gets the other monastery. Yeah, so it was an easy calculation. There were only 2 tiles remaining. And I think Thailand has achieved the impossible. I think with the field invasion at the bottom, they might have just done it.
Those ninja farmers.
Yeah. Unblockable ninja farmers, though, you know, that was a really beautiful moment of board vision from the Thai player. You gotta hand it to them. Tanya's field points are scored. It's a lot of 3-pointers, just a tad short, and exactly 8 points short. Oh man, I should bring back my move of the week segment, because this invasion is just stellar. certainly commiserations to the Ukraine, but they have a stellar team and they're still the favorites in the entire group. And if anything, Thailand winning makes things more interesting. So now Thailand is the only team in Group C to have won their first 2 matches, first against Lithuania and now against the mighty Ukraine. Oh.
Okay. So that's it for Group C, right?
Yeah. I might just pull up the tournament standings real quick.
Oh, I have not done my homework of registering the result against Portugal.
I know it's a very unpleasant thing to do, right?
Yeah. No,
I'm usually everybody is very quick to enter the results when they win.
Yeah, I entered the results quick against Romania, but I forgot against Portugal. I did play a lot better against Romania than against Portugal, even though I also lost against Romania.
Anyway, actually the situation is pretty straightforward. So Ukraine has... No, wait. Thailand has 2 victories. Ukraine... Romania... 1-1. No. Oh, Romania has 2 victories as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, very straightforward. Thailand, Romania, 2 victories. Thailand with the better tiebreaker, so Thailand's really on top of Group C. Then Ukraine with 1 victory with a better tiebreaker. Then Portugal with the worst tiebreaker. Then Mexico and Lithuania. And last but Mexico with the best tiebreaker so far.
That's right. So we are very much obligated to win against Lithuania next week. We'll do our best.
Well, yeah, well, that's why you joined today's stream. You know, you did your research on Ludicelis, you did your research on Kęstutis Kurenius, but don't expect anything. Next time, he won't invade any dubious roads. Next time, it's going to be harder. So, in 10 minutes, we're having our last match of the day. We're having Brazil versus Spain. I just wanted real quick to check Carcassonne GG for any other things that might be going on that we haven't covered. Italy's playing 3-0 against Uruguay, so Italy have already secured the win. I don't think we have quite the time to go deep into that match, and I'm not sure if Italy-Uruguay is streamed by Nalaheim or by Maze. I hope that that's the case, so that there's some coverage. But I suggest, Elias, that we take a 5-minute break.
Yep.
And then we reconvene at 16:56 UTC to do a little preview of Brazil versus Spain.
Okay. I'm gonna use that time to raise my broken leg.
Yeah, let's get some blood circulation into legs. Alrighty, see you all in a bit. All right, we're back online. Let me just get my camera. So it is 16:57 UTC, and we're about to start our final match of the day: Brazil versus Spain. I'm just gonna pull up the lineups really quick, or I'm just gonna read them out to you out loud. Should be several interesting encounters. Wait, calendar. Oh, yeah, you can see them on the screen anyway.
Yeah, so it's Gustavo Arruda versus Zocanero. Are we on stream or just chatting? I don't know.
We're on stream.
Okay,
People can hear us. People can hear us.
Then
So-
Zetson against Valle. Ed Chamon against Teixeira. I don't know. Is that Euskera name? I'm not sure if it's a Basque name. Then Sirgus against Locuelo. Sirgus is my teammate, by the way, in the Brazilian teams championship. And Fernando Mejuto against 2020 Rafa, who was the champion in 2021, I think, or two.
I think a little bit later. No, wasn't it in 2023?
Maybe.
I think it was later.
Okay.
In any case,
Yeah, maybe it was 2023, the year Marco went. Yeah.
So let's try and make a bit of decision here. So if we're looking again for the highest rated players, then definitely the table one is the easiest choice. Gustavo Arruda and Socanero are both masters. I believe in just generally the strongest players. Now, Valle is also very strong, but I've already devoted an entire stream to her in Spain's opening match, so maybe we can switch to somebody else. Ed Chamon, I think, is a player who's a bit underrated. So I think he's the most likely to become Brazil's next master, maybe either here or Mejuto, but he has like over, I think, 11,000 games of experience and just very good in open positions, very good with field fights and stuff, quick calculator. Table 4, Surgas versus Locuelo. I have no idea who the favorite there is. I think both players are likely equal. Now, Locuelo has been in the national team for a few more years, so they have more tournament experience, but Surgas on the board game arena has had a similar rating.
Yeah. And I mean, Sirgos has been playing in the Brazilian teams championship for a while, so it's not like he hasn't played any tournaments, just not this tournament.
But it's not like international tournament. It's not the same. Table 5, we have, I think Fernando Mejuto is going to have the advantage over 2020 Rafa. Mejuto has really added a lot to his game and also added a lot to his mental aspect of the game as well. Has become much more consistent of the type of the moves that he makes, maybe like a 60% of advantage here. So I guess the decision is, do we go for the highest rated players or do we go for your teammate, for example?
Let's watch one game from Sirgos and then watch something else. Brazilians and Spain players are both very fast, so this might be a short match, I think.
It's possible, but Gustavo does tend to think about his moves, so I think he's likely to be the last. Mejuto's super fast, Ed Chamon is kind of fast. Spaniards are pretty much all fast, maybe with one exception of Socanero, but Locuelo is super fast, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. Like, it's going to be a bit hard to follow, but let's try.
Okay, let's watch the first one, and then we move to a different one, because there are a lot of interesting ones.
Okay, there's highest ELO 650 for Surgas, and almost identical rating to his opponents. Both players know each other by name.
I see that Locuelo went for the non-Lithuanian opening, blocking the city but not taking the road.
Yeah, so they're presumably saving meeples for farmers. They just generally prefer big features, but at this point, like, it's not necessarily a mistake, but the Lithuanian opening has become such a staple that this looks wrong. This looks like there's something missing on the picture, and the missing thing is, of course, a black meeple over here.
Yeah. But now Sirgus has a different, difficult choice a bit.
I like this choice. Actually, no, I don't. Wait, I don't. Why would he do that? So why would he go for a road when there is with two vulnerable squares, where he had a chance to go for a city with one vulnerable square? Now, whilst this in itself is not that dangerous, but needing the same tile in two different places is a little bit iffy. And over here, he would have had the advantage of taking out the bottom part of the board where currently the best monastery platforms are.
Yeah, and I think Locuelo once again made a mistake by not taking that road.
Oh, this is great. This explains why we have the Lithuanian opening. This is perfect illustration. Imagine the same position, but with the black meeple over here, and you tell me which one you prefer if you're black. Black is now trying to block red, but red deservedly gets the curve and takes the road that Locuelo would have loved to have. But meeple situation is a bit difficult for Sirgus. There are several critical points where his meeples are vulnerable, and most of the time he does lose one of them. Luis is now putting pressure on two more squares of Sirgus. Actually, I forgot what the first name was.
Gabriel.
Okay, this is counterintuitive because Gus looks like it's short for Gustavo, but...
Yeah, I have not heard the story behind his nickname, but his name is Gabriel. Okay, so this is an interesting choice by Sirgus, because he's like, okay, if you're gonna block my city, you are welcome to share it as well.
Yeah, I kind of like it, and also there isn't really a better square. Like, anything else that he does actively hurts one of his meeples. That's also the problem of having your meeples tied out in the opening, because there's just not so much space to place tiles away from a meeples to begin with. And look at this. Sirgus now just take 2 points. The only player to have scored, but there we go, the first block of the game, and it all comes back to that here placement. But Sirgus responds in kind, starts a new city at the bottom, and also tries to block Luis's city.
Yeah, I actually was thinking back when Sirgus got the Dorito with road. I thought he would just add it to his city and road instead of taking the new city. I know it's weird to leave the city cap open, but just to get 2 points and the meeples, keep the meeples alive.
No, it does make a lot of sense. The blocking actually continues on both sides. So first of all, Luis covers up the other part of Sirgus' city, making sure that this guy's going to stay with 1 point. And I also would have liked, as Luis, this here move that would have also made sure that this here road stays with 2 points, which is kind of attacking on all fronts. Instead, he starts a new road, which also makes sense. Maybe later he's going to get a straight line and block this square fully. The first monastery of the game belongs to Gabriel, so that's at least something. But the second monastery of the game is going to probably crush his hopes. Instant retaliation. Also, this lovely blocking attempt became unsuccessful, and even though this is absolutely the correct sequence of moves, sometimes the blocker becomes the blockee, because whenever black finishes the city first, he's going to stick in a road into red city. Red, though, gets another monastery, and I love the last farmer here, last meeple, just because he really needs to score aggressively given his meeple disadvantage. He will forego the value from his city camp, but not by much. He can just place it over here, kind of attached to his monasteries for 2 points, and then later he's going to get some sort of city tile to get a meeple back.
And the question, okay, as Locuelo, do you double attack? I think he will just take the quick points. Maybe not, because he likes blocking and he doesn't want to give Sir Gus a meeple back.
Yeah, I like Luis's move, because this would have been a mistake. Like, you want to take out city caps, but not when your opponent does not have meeples, because there wasn't any threat of Gus having the meeples. And for example, now it was super important that Gus didn't have a meeple, that he couldn't meeple the new monastery. Not that it would have been a very good monastery, but still.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
and
now,
look.
this is great timing for that tile.
This is just the players exercise in karmic retribution for each other. So first of all, Gus tried block, became blocked. Now Luis tried blocking, became blocked. Sometimes this sort of stuff happens, but this keeps the game balanced. Luis takes an 8-point city whilst also having Gus with his monastery. Despite the loss of meeples, actually the red is doing pretty good here. He also gets to continue his road, which could have been blocked earlier, so maybe that was a bit of an oversight on Luis's part. He could have gone over here, but anyway, what's done, what's done. Instead, he's going to finish an 80-point city, which he's going to be happy about. The two monasteries at the top are equalized. Very open position, a lot of green squares. Gus gets a monastery. Does he meeple it or not? There's only one monastery remaining, but he goes for it anyway. Yes!
Yeah.
If he gets the last monastery, that's the jackpot, but there's still the 3 vanilla city caps with which he can finish the monastery and drop a farmer. Luis tries blocking, and Gus?
He's blocking so much, but I know that's his style. I would have gone for the 4-point road on the bottom.
Yeah, I like that. I like the 4-point road there. You have to be very careful with what kind of tile you block at this point. And as Locuelo, you also want to catch up on the scoreboard a little bit. Now I'm concerned, Elias. Why is your teammate not instantly filling that square and dropping a farmer?
I think he's considering whether to drop a farmer or not.
That's a fair consideration. The answer is yes. It's just way too open of a position. And obviously, I mean, he's Brazilian. Like, what kind of... this move without a farmer would be equivalent to treason.
Oh, and Locuelo will block and try to close his city with a Dorito.
That would be a very smart move, but it's not easy to find. But that's a great move.
But it's his style. It's his style. Oh, no. Okay.
No, Elias. That was such a great find from Elias to go over here like this. That would be a permanent block over here, and that would have been setting up a Dorito tile. So that would be blocking the monastery, blocking the field, and a great chance to come back into this game. But instead, Sir Gus is going to have the advantage unless the field becomes very big, and then the long-term meeple disadvantage of Gus ends up mattering. He takes another monastery, which I find a bit strange why he wouldn't just go for the monastery where it belongs. Especially because of that, yeah.
Yeah, because obviously Locuelo wants to connect with a curve that would block that.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that maybe Sir Gus is thinking about blocking his own monastery, but Locuelo has an outside route to the field anyway, or even a route over the top. That's a common actually pattern to just go around over there. So definitely a few misses here from Gus.
More now that there are no monasteries left. So attempting to block the square for monastery it makes a lot of sense, and you could sneak in on the top.
Yeah, or you can just develop your little farm as Locuelo is trying to do right now. In addition to the meeple disadvantage, by the way, one thing that Gus has problems with is his 1-point meeple over here and the corresponding blocked counterpart has a long ruin which can just develop. So overall, long term, pretty good for Locoello. However, the scoreboard plus the 2 monasteries still make it a favorable position for red.
Locoello now goes for the city, which makes sense. I think Sirgos will try to block the city on the top because there are no starting tiles left.
Looks like a wise choice. Pretty difficult to defend. And there's all 3 roses still remaining, so it looks like a pretty urgent city to block. Instead, he sets up a blocking platform against... what exactly? Against that guy.
Well, he's trying to prevent the invasion of the city. I think he's a bit reacting too much to the last move played by the opponent.
That's a great point. Yeah, this is very often a psychological issue that if your opponent does something, you must react, but you don't. By the way, his block would have been really successful.
This time, I think he should have reacted. Well, to defend his monastery for a cap, and that's the only way, and that would be the only way for the farmer to get in. Now there's a ways that the monastery gets blocked and the farmer gets in.
Yeah, so for example, with a curve plus straight line sequence. So Gus could in theory block this right now, but then that would also leave an empty city cap in Locoello's counter field, and still with 3 roses, I don't like doing that necessarily. Also, as red, we're having a problem.
Sirgos wants to defend for cap.
I don't think he wants to. He wants to block that square so that he preserves his farming majority.
And and preserve the field and the monastery versus field.
Yep.
Which,
in the meantime,
at the moment, the monastery is a bit better.
The monastery is, yeah, that's the stuff that I was talking about. I mean, he gets the other rose anyway, so... And he still has a path into the field. He still can go actually like this. So that's sometimes funny. Like you bother... I've also done this before, that you just block your own monastery and then you end up giving your opponent access to the field anyway.
And now it's even worse because he will score while doing it.
Yeah, so that certainly was a series of misses here. And we also get messages from the chat about players. Some interesting fact. IMD is saying, I feel like Locoello is a bit underrated. I generally find him a very tough opponent. Yeah, I said there's something to be said about international tournament experience. And at the moment, it seems that Black's game is a lot more long-term oriented. Like, I feel like just generally Black understands much better on what he's doing, and at the moment is outplaying Gus, who has been drawing pretty well. Victor Besson, who's rooting for Brazil, is saying that his name is Gabriel Gustavo. I'm not sure how serious that comment is, but
it is possible.
As many Brazilians do have multiple names. And Temrak is saying that Teje, that's the player on table 3, 4, I don't remember, I think table 3 is short for Tejenen, and that's the name from Canary Islands.
Okay.
In the meantime...
There's a different language in Canary Islands, right? That's not Castilian Spanish.
Well, I mean, there are like at least 7 different languages which are not Castilian Spanish in different parts of Spain, so I would assume that yes.
But like the Canaries are pretty far from the rest of Spain. So I think it's not even, maybe not even a Romance language.
Oh wait, is this was it the Canary Islands where they had this like whistling system for mountainous terrain? Yeah, there we go.
Yes, that's Canary Islands.
So you got to ask Teje if it can do that. For viewers who don't know, just look this up. Look Canary Islands whistling language, and then it's quite fascinating. Hi, Sergio. Yeah, in the meantime, as you said, Elias, so the worst has happened. Locuelo connected to the field while scoring. I mean...
Yeah, actually, Sirgos is the one who took the 3-point road. So...
so at least that's something for him.
Yeah.
In the meantime, of course, the problem for Sirgus is the city on the left. It's pretty big. It is occupied by 2 black meeples. No obvious way to invade it, and I think just no way to invade it at all. Sirgus starts a new city, or maybe just leaves it there with the plan of finishing it and then using that platform for an invasion.
The thing is, now he doesn't have a meeple to invade when he closes it. And the only other meeple that he can get back is from the monastery. But if he closes the monastery, it's pretty likely that Locuelo will prevent the city from being closed with a farmer.
Yeah, I have another problem with that move. We're actually running kind of short on city caps. So there's just one divider and one vertical divider. And I think we've run out of anything else. We've run out of daggers. We've run out of starting tiles. We've run out of roses.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But I mean, he can still hope to get himself and evil back soon. But now if he continues his city on the right, he can get blocked because I believe there's still Dorito tiles available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, no Dorito tiles. So actually maybe going here is pretty safe. And then if Locuelo gets a straight line or something, then Sirgus can finish his monastery instead of the city. He chooses not to risk it, and rightfully so. Because his city would have been blocked. He's just waiting for a city cap and nothing but a city cap. In theory, Luis could go over here and invade the field, but it's not possible because there's nothing that fits into the square, but it's quite enticing. Alright, so Sirgus gets himself a meeple back. Still ahead of the scoreboard.
Now he needs to find something. Because he's ahead on the scoreboard, but clearly black has more points on the board.
I mean, Sirgus does have the 2 monasteries. Like, I wouldn't say clearly.
Can you attack the field on the top? Oh.
No. But that's
no
also...
Doritos with road or something like that?
No Doritos at all.
Okay.
And also a precise move here from Sirgus, adding himself monastery points and also blocking the city cap in the new field of Luis.
Yeah.
There's still some features to be scored, like a 6-point road for either side.
Yeah, but the cities of Locuelo are too much, I think. Oh, but well, Sirgus has the monasteries.
Or now he needs surgical precision. Do we take the 3? So now he needs to count the tiles precisely. So basically the highest scoring move is just to go here for the 2-point road and get a monastery meeple back. So that you can still redeploy your last meeple. But if you do that, if there is another road tile, Locuelo can add 1 more and enter the field. So he needs to just count all the tiles. That's why he doesn't do that. And that was the correct choice. But why not take the 6-point road here instead? And Locuelo is going to take that 6-point road. And Sirgus going to have the other 6-point road, so at least that's something. Yeah. Actually, kind of unfortunate for Luis that he... So this farmer was deceptively clever. Because there were a lot of road tiles to connect back to back, and as an insurance, he still had the city cap for a 7-point move. So this was really, really strong move here from black. The only thing that I don't know if it won him the game or not.
I think maybe we're gonna see once this big city is scored. I think he will lose by 1 point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He told you it was close. Wow.
Yeah, 101 to 100.
Tremendously exciting game.
Wow.
Tremendously exciting game. Congrats to your teammates. This is big for Brazil also. Spain is a must win after the loss to Argentina.
Yeah, parabéns, Gabriel.
O que fazemos? Restamos aqui.
Agora vamos fazer stream no português.
Não. Muitos espectadores estrangeiros. Então, let's go to up to you, Elias. Really, your teammate or somebody else?
Okay. Let's watch Fernando Mejuto.
Fernando Mejuto. Right, so that's on table 5. Let's just see how they're doing. Knowing their speed, they must already finish their game. Whoa, they're suffering on rating here. What's that about? So they're about to finish their first game against Rafa, who has gained a lot of rating points since I played last time.
Yeah, I had a pretty embarrassing loss against him on stream last year.
So let's make sense of this position. No, you make sense of this position, Elias, please, whilst I check the scoreboard.
So, 15 points ahead on the scoreboard for Mejuto, but a lot of stuff for Rafa on the board. He has this city, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has a 8-point monastery. And then there's a field that's Brazilian at the moment, but with any straight line or single crossroads. Rafa will join. So Rafa is attacking the field. Mejuto can block this farmer immediately. I think he will do it. Pretty sure he will do it.
Well, he wants to double check first if the blocking is even necessary. Because in case this is the last curve, then the blocking is no longer important. If it is not the last curve, then black still is threatening to do something like this and invade with his 3-point farmer into this larger farm.
By the way, 6 minutes on the clock for Mejuto and 32 seconds on the clock for Rafa.
Well,
so whatever he's doing with his next tile, he has to already have decided.
Yeah. Oh, that's an even neater way to block, I guess. Oh, right, of course. Well,
that's the one I had in mind.
Yeah. Oh, I just forgot that this guy could connect over here, which honestly made this move pretty brilliant. Just sad it didn't work out.
Yeah, but in the meantime, the Black City keeps growing. But the thing is, I think if he doesn't connect to the field, Red is winning anyway. Oh, that's... and he is gonna end with a meeple surplus. Both players will end with a meeple surplus.
Well, that's just aesthetics, although I know it matters to some.
But I like that Mejuto gave Rafa a meeple back that he cannot use. Were there any way to make that many points without giving a meeple back?
I don't think so, and interestingly that for Rafa
there
the
was
field
a
would not have been
road on
enough
the
anyway. So Rafa actually had to win the field because it's 24 points and he lost by 27.
Okay.
So Mejuto takes the first one as I thought would be the case, and now we get to see a full game. Let's see if Rafa manages to come back. I mean, his rating is good. He must know good stuff. Look at this haircut. How can they not be good at Carcassonne? Of course they are. I think also Spain has the best avatars because for the team mascot, everybody typically has some variation of the meeple, but they're the only one who personalize haircuts.
I had not realized that.
And the best one, of course, is for Oscaridis. Those of you who know will know. Mejuto now equalizing Rafa's monastery. So Mejuto now the starting player. Rafa falls below 600 elo as a result of that loss. Red's the first on the scoreboard to get 4 points and 4 more points. Rafa gets a 6-pointer and starts a very, 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 very early farmer, but it is open enough that I think is going to be just all right. Mejuto starts a new city next to his farm, and I think that's the first misplacement. Starting a road here was definitely stronger. Also poking at this here juicy potential future monastery square as well. Rafa now with 6 points and a curve in hand, choosing whether to go over here or not. Instead, he kills off his own monastery spot.
Oof.
Which honestly
forced to sabotage his own city.
Yes, and Mejuto sabotages his own city. So both players are just playing self-destructive. Maybe they're in a bad mood. But yeah, this move is...
Mejuto had no choice.
I know, Mejuto had no choice. But Rafa had a choice. And this move, I think this type of mistake I haven't seen since 2021. And the last time I saw it, it was Vengi Lim at the British Championships in person, kind of sabotaging the monastery spot and then drawing the monastery on the next move that would have gone there. That definitely hurts. Then kind of the whole shtick of building monasteries nearby became really popular just because how lucrative that is. And then obviously, of course, Vengi had gotten a lot of rating points since then. Anyway, players are playing very fast, as you predicted. Faster than in the first game. Mejuto was threatening city on the right. That's why Rafa chooses to invade. Rafa's also overtakes on the scoreboard. Both monasteries are equal.
And also they share the same empty squares now. So it's in usually no one's interest to fill those last 2 squares.
Yeah. Look at Rafa, by the way, with this move, which was meant to expand his field. He also made sure that the monastery no longer goes here. And Mejuto fearlessly places the monastery over here for the sake of getting 5 points, with the risk of getting blocked in 1 turn, which I think is a bit too risky even for me. But hey, content.
Yeah. Actually, I was considering putting this cow next to the monastery, indirectly defending the 2 spots, because now if you get a curve, you are fine, I think. But
Mejuto, meeple something. Mejuto, come on, Fernando, por favor.
And Rafa will just grow his field. No. Oh, that's
a mistake. I mean, I definitely it makes sense to meeple that 4-point road, but just doing something like this and pre-meepling in advance would have been a more surgical way to do it. Also, going over here would have been the same number of points. But maybe Rafa wanted to get a meeple back from his monastery, because whilst he's helping both of Mejuto's monastery, on this particular move, it's only Raf that gets immediately a meeple back.
Yep. And okay, Mejuto is going for the big city. That's how I lost yesterday. So he cannot defend directly. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Blocked. Still, I guess worth the attempt.
Yeah, totally worth it. And he can still win the game.
Yeah, he has 2 monasteries. Like, he's behind on the scoreboard, but. So this guy's blocked at 3 points, which is bad. But this guy's blocked at 6 points, which is not that bad, but still bad. And Mijuto did a great job building around this farm over here, which now makes sure that now that Rafa has a divider, he has no place for it on the farm. So this is why field blocking, when it is possible, when the fields are still small, is important.
Yeah. If you had to bet, do you think that field will get bigger at some point, or it's a 6-point field for the rest of the game?
I think it's a 9-point field. I think it goes, well, Rafa now, oh, that's a great tile for Rafa. He can take 4 points over here, and he can consolidate his road, and then he can get himself a couple of straight lines to prolong like this. So this city cap is going to be in that field. And actually, while whoa! Content! There we go!
Okay.
That is dangerous. I don't think that's a good move, but it's fun, and it's gonna work.
He gets to defend.
And it's gonna work. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I mean...
And he probably takes the road when he closes the city too.
Yeah. I like the ideal sequence for him. He goes here now. He's thinking whether to drop a second farmer, which I think is a bit too early. And then the ideal sequence, he gets the crossroads first for 2 points, and then already a pre-made road for 6 points once he goes over here. For 5 points rather, but that's the same thing.
Now the field can really grow, because it can, if it can connect to the side with the monasteries, which has no cities now, but it has space.
Exactly. I mean, there are all kinds of things that can happen. You know, there's growth from that side as well. But still, it was important to block the fields regardless. Oh, a miss, a miss, a miss. That's a farmer, Mijuto. Always a farmer here. It doesn't matter that it's 0 points, because this city is going to get completed. Yeah, it's definitely a miss. Okay. Still can play. 6 point behind on the scoreboard. This is Monastery, which is pretty good. Rafa's going to take advantage over here. That's going to hurt a lot for the Brazilian, so he needs to come up with something. In the meantime, of course, this Monastery placement is pretty big.
Rafa will attack the road.
Attack the road? Yeah, but I mean, he's Brazilian. He's not Lithuanian.
Or the field. Okay, the field.
The field.
Yeah.
So same idea, but he could have done this last term. So you see, this position is just much better without this meeple being stranded over here. Because like once you finish this guy, then this top cap is vulnerable. But if you take the top cap first, now your guy is vulnerable. After this tier move, Mijuto cannot afford to lose one more meeple, but luckily for him, he gets a Dorito tile to continue. But Rafa can, I mean, do the obvious, obviously. He's thinking whether to meeple this road. What do you think here, Elias? Do you do that?
I think... Yeah, I think you take it, right? Yeah.
It does look pretty good. A 75% chance to complete it, and, you know, he's still going to get a meeple back from the city cap.
Now Mijuto might be thinking about another farm.
I hope not. I hope not. Well, actually, here with a farm is in theory not bad, but it's blockable, so he can resist.
Yeah.
So you see, Brazilians are also capable of playing patiently with fields.
Yeah. And now the monasteries are tied to each other, so you don't have to worry about the monastery. But Rafa will attack the field? No.
That's like, we can ask this question at every turn, and we don't know the answer. Yeah, there's also an interesting suggestion in the chat. Hi, CraftGiraffe. Hi, Al. There was a way how Mijuto could have set himself up an evil hamster some time ago, but that didn't happen. It was actually a very interesting option back when he got that risky monastery for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a field setup by Mijuto?
No, I think he's just dropping a cap that the opponent can't take.
But then why not use it here to try and at least harass that black meeple?
I don't know.
Well, Mijuto does. And he blocks Rafa's meeple, but Rafa's going to get a meeple back from the road. But I think he also could have considered dropping a farmer here instead.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, I think that would have been quite sneaky. Mijuto could have done the same as well right now.
Yep.
I think it was totally worth it. Rafa's going to get a ruin at the bottom, and with his scoreboard lead, he should be doing pretty well. Yeah, because also the thing with the farm is worth 9 points, which is good enough. But if you attack it from here, you also bring that city in with a curve, and that way the farm becomes 12 points, even 15 when you complete this city. Rafa trying to block Mijuto, but unsuccessfully as Mijuto draws a Dorito. Yeah, Rafa's city is going to be suffering.
Yeah. I think he... No, wait. I was going to suggest something that's not possible, so...
Well, I mean, it is possible to go here for 8 points and hope for the last remaining straight line, but with 12 tiles remaining, is that really something that you want to do? What you want to do is regret your decision on placing a meeple on the 2-point city, but it is what it is. Also, if there were a black farmer over here, it would have already equalized through that path. Maybe both players just not seeing that opportunity, or maybe it's something that just Mijuto was leaving himself for later. So what does your intuition tell you, Elias? Do we go for the evil hamster here? Or do we play more patiently and take 2 quick points?
I think Rafa likes fields, so I don't think he will play his last meeple. I think he will take the 2 points. I think... How many straight lines are left? Because I don't know what I would do. Yeah, I think I would take the 2 points as well.
It also depends on the score. So Rafa's ahead on the scoreboard, and things are... Yeah, there's actually no need to risk that hard. And Mijuto goes for the field connection.
He's going to go for it. He's going to go for it, yep.
Great find, great find.
There are less options than before now.
3 curves, still worthy, and even on the off chance it's getting blocked, it already scores 3 points. I think there's still a city cap that fits here. Yeah, 1 more that fits here.
There are other platforms to attack the field using this last straight line, by the way.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, you mean at the top, like this, or like this, and that kind of stuff, yeah. So actually, you know what? For Mijuto, I think it was not crazy to go here and just score 2 points over here, set up the monastery completion. Instead, he's trying to keep things tight, scores a lot of points. Rafa
Rafa will score right back, so the balance there is 0.
But Mijuto gets 7 points. That's a crucial city cap for his game.
Yeah.
Will he climb back into this? Rafa now builds up the city on the left. Or no, he chooses to just take the quick points. Straight line for Mijuto. Does he... Well, first of all, he can rejoice that the field invasion at the top are no longer something to be afraid of. Now, I think the way you win this game as Mijuto is to draw 1 more curve, which is more than doable. And then you just
I think he should take the 6-point field now and stay with no meeples for the next 2 turns.
Yeah, that actually works pretty well. Because if you get a curve here, you're not going to meeple anything. Yeah, and he goes for it.
Yeah.
Rafa, with quick point options, instantly takes 4 points. Mijuto with a curve connects to the field. And another curve.
And now Rafa has to go... Oh no, he has no time. He has to take a road or something like that.
Yeah, so there are plenty of options. He can go here for the 4-point road. He can go here for a 3-point field. Adding a point to his monastery is just aesthetics.
Yeah, and I think he will do that because he likes fields. No, I don't know. He's trying to see if there's something else, but yeah.
Well, you were right.
Goes for the field.
You know very well. Mejuto with the starting tile. Ah, so you know what? Maybe Rafa could have actually used this here tile for a counter farmer, saying if Mejuto draws the curve, then this guy gets this, but whatevs. Yeah. Oh, or this! No, this would be even better. Like, Rafa could have dropped a farmer here and then tried to connect like this, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure if he even needed to, but I do think that Mejuto should have this one, right? Right?
I think so.
The field's pretty big.
He wins the field, right?
Yes, he wins all the field except for the little top
other
one.
field. Yeah. It's 18.
3-point win.
Yeah.
The little 6-point field on the right. That's just great precision, really, here from Mejuto. 5 points win. Fantastic performance. Comeback win. Commiserations to Rafa, but I felt like this one was well deserved.
I think so too, yeah.
So Brazil 1, Spain 0. We have already a decider on table 3 between Ed Chamon and Tejes, so we could jump in there. Sergus is still playing against Loco Ilo, and Socanero has won against the main hope of Brazil, Gustavo Arruda. So, want to watch the decider?
Yeah. So what game are we watching?
Ed Chamon.
Okay, yeah. Ed Chamon was in Mexico not long ago. He asked me for places to visit in Mexico City.
Did you recommend him good board game cafes?
Yes, but he told me he was not going to be able to go play board games because he was visiting with his family.
Alrighty.
But he sent me a picture from the Tostadas de Coyoacán, which is a good place to eat.
Well, interesting position there. Very non-Brazilian, I have to tell you. No farmers, a lot of semi-blocked meeples.
Tesha with the biggest feature at the moment, the big city.
Yeah, currently
so I think
points.
Edge will attack, right?
I think so too, and probably this is the best move at the moment. He tries to finish his city on the left. That's interesting. I actually don't like this because we're running short on city plus road tiles, so it's very easy to get your meeple block that way. He tries to finish his monastery on the right, which also reasonable, but he's going to lose a meeple here, sadly. All Teje needs to do is just to calculate that all 3 horse tiles have gone, and black is going to lose his meeple.
The other orientation blocks as well.
Oh, right. So then I guess it's even more precise to turn it the other way and start a new city cap. I guess Teje doesn't want to start a new city. Yeah, it's now very, very tough. Like that one meeple mattered a lot, and it looks like an unlucky sequence for Edge, but not really. Just because normally it's an okay thing to do, but in a position where we're running short on city plus road tiles, when there are no starting tiles remaining, this move is far, far more dangerous than it might seem. But Edge is climbing back with another 8-point city. In the meantime, Tech is building up on the left, making it much, much harder to invade because we're running out of triple cities. And if one side invades, if black invades, then he can just block this very, very easily. He can also score 4 points.
Yeah, and his attempts at saving his stuff are leaving a lot of quick points available for the opponent.
Indeed. However, still both monasteries are yet to be scored, and they're going to add 18 points to the scoreboard to Edge, but they with another 5-point monastery controlling the city cap of Edge. That's a great position here for the Spaniard. Also, a farmer on the next move is due for green, and not much that black can do about it. Maybe an invasion setup. That's a wonderful move from Edge, setting up an unblockable invasion through a Rhodes Dorito. The city at the bottom seems like it's important enough for him to do so. Curve for Tehe. And
I think you farm, right?
You farm?
Next to the monastery.
But where? Next to the monastery like this? Next to the monastery like this?
I would point the road not towards the city, but the other way, just to not give Edge the road. But Edge doesn't take the road anymore.
He declines. But he's going to lose a city meeple, though.
Oh, he's going to lose the meeple, yeah.
Again, it's a question of pretty quick calculation. So
there are no more splitters.
No more splitters, yeah, no more starting tiles, so this square is blocked, and with that, sad, sad, sad.
And there's one crossroads left, right? So
one crossroads. No, zero crossroads. Zero crossroads. So there wasn't any point of meepling that road. That's kind of dead. In the meantime, Tech is developing his field on the left, but Edge got a meeple back from the monastery in the brief scoreboard lead, only to be overtaken by Tech right now. There's still...
He has to attack something.
He has to attack something. Maybe now the field on the left, I mean, with 15 tiles remaining, yeah, there we go. Also making it harder to develop the monastery, not making it possible to finish with another monastery. And right now, perfect tile counting.
Yeah.
Possibly averted a disaster there.
Timing.
Then what do you do as Tehe? Because you can't really meeple a monastery because this board is fairly dry. Although, yeah, that move also makes sense. It's kind of just putting further pressure on this square. Edge with a great tile. Finishes the monastery, starts a new city. Ahead on the scoreboard. Tehe with the last triple city tile in the entire game. So what are they going to do? Are they going to connect over here and gain themselves points?
I think he should consider placing it on the big city and accept that you're not going to close it, just prevent it from being invaded.
That certainly makes a lot of sense. In the meantime, Edge is capitalizing on quick points, but he's making it a bit possible for somebody to block or reinvade. This is a very interesting field situation. So imagine if Tekken now goes here, finishes his monastery, which is not a crazy thing to do. Then Edge can go over here, drop a farmer on the inside, and with one more curve, enter a closed 12-point field and gain himself a majority. So then as Teche, do you just do yourself? Do you go for the farmer right like this? Or do you just finish the monastery, or do you just do something else entirely, like starting a new road or something?
I think he's considering to take the field right now. Maybe you can even point the road towards the city so that there is not a big road hanging for someone to take. But there's another road that can be taken. And are there road ends?
Yes.
Any kind?
One. The rows.
So maybe the other orientation was better, I think.
I think this one's fine. I think he was just, he didn't want to make the field too open, Because, okay, this gives away a 5-point
Oh yeah,
road.
you're right.
Yeah, that's a 4-point road very available. Tech is going to go over here and is going to make himself a big farm. Great spatial vision from Tech. Ed was trying to block this, but he's not going to succeed. Edge with a Dorito tile draws it a tad too late. He would have loved to use it here for an invasion, but I don't think he can.
Does he have time to invade? No.
Not the ruin, because there are no more Dorito tiles of any kind.
Yeah,
Wait,
so maybe you just have to take one of the roads, right?
Maybe. Oh, actually, there is a Dorito. There is a Dorito with the fields. He just takes 1 point.
Okay.
Curvy tile for Tech can get himself a meeple back, I presume.
I think he should.
He has 8 minutes, though. And a 12-point field, and a monastery, and a ruin.
The ruin. 13-point ruin. Against 4, 9.
So that's like 25 points on big features alone. Edge has 3 blocked cities for around 10. He probably needs the field and then some. Well, actually, I mean, I can see a way. Like, Edge needs to score real quick. Okay, he can't. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I feel like he's going to attack the city now.
And I think it is a good idea, because there's still 1 straight line remaining, and if we go over here, and if Tehe gets a straight line, he can't block. But if Tehe gets a curvy tile, then he can block. And there's still 1 regular curve remaining.
I think he might also be considering taking the city at the bottom and trying to farm, closing it with a farmer.
That could work, but then if you do that, you have to hope that Tehe has specifically a Dorito in hand, because with anything else, Tehe can go over here and deny the field invasion platform and possibly even block the city.
But even with the Dorito, he can do it, right? Just add it to your city.
That's true, but at the very least, you're going to complete it, regardless of the way you turn this Dorito, because there's still the butterfly tile. So that's something. Instead, he takes 1 point and does not block the city. Yeah, sadly, a rather weak move from Edge. He might be giving up, and he's going to...
I think he will block the city invasion because of consistency with the previous move.
Yeah, probably. So this is how you play when you're ahead. Oh, before this move, there was actually another neat field invasion. I mean, sadly, he drew a curve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? We can get the butterfly tile and go here on the left and drop a ninja farmer and then connect with 4 extra points. So that will be a 16-point sequence.
Yeah.
This is something very similar to what, obviously, a much more beautiful version of the thing that I'm just describing happened in the final game of Ukraine versus Thailand.
Yeah, well, he has a lot of time, but I don't think there are any really good moves with this tile. But maybe there is, and I'm just not seeing it.
Well, ideally what Ed would have loved, if there were 2 Doritos in the deck, then he could have gone over here and hoped for the 16% chance of getting this one and this one. Sadly, there's only 1 in the deck, so ain't none gonna work. What else can he do? Maybe going for some sort of crazy farming opportunity like this, and then hoping for a miraculous sequence. That could also work in theory, but you have to be precise in calculation. Going here for a 5-point road is just the high scoring move. Then you hope to get a quick point tile and then maybe a 3-point field or something like this. So that's also possible. Oh, can he finish the city at the top? The answer is no, because there are no vanilla city caps available. But doing something like this is an interesting pattern, how you can come back into the game and get a 6-point farmer as well. He just gets a point. He does he think there's a splitter?
I think that's what's happening.
I think he thinks there's a splitter and he wants to just split. By the way, if you were to think there's a splitter, then the correct way to do stuff like this is to also drop a farmer so that you don't end up with a meeple surplus and get 3 extra points.
And they should take 5 points, I think. No, 4 points for the road.
Yeah. No, 5 points for the city at the top. There we go. City.
Oh, yeah.
Over there. Not that it's gonna matter that much. And the final Dorito will be drawn by Edge. For a 3-point field, really.
Yeah. Unless the ship blunders, and then he can take the city instead.
They're not from Basque land. They're from Canary Islands. So I'm not sure how it's correct, actually. We have Spanish viewers, but I would assume it's teje.
I don't know. So the X in Old Castilian Spanish is h, but in current Spanish is x.
No, that's like American. That's not Spanish.
No, yeah. So most words in Spanish that have an X sounds x. If it sounds h, it's probably because of some ancient stuff.
So then I have ancient sources for language acquisition.
They are weird words. For example, xilófono, written with an X. I've heard xilófono and xilófono, and maybe some people say xilófono, but
yeah, but like for borrowings at least it makes some sense. Anyway, either teje or texe or teche takes this down with 11-point difference. Great performance from the representative of Spain, with spatial vision, with the farming, with the ruin over here, with just the blocking and the re-invasion of the field, control of the game from middle to finish. Just a stellar performance. Let's see how that impacted the match. It did not impact the match much, because Brazil has won 3-0, at the very least.
Oh, 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1, right, at the very least. And we yet to see Aruda versus Gustavo. So Mijuto won against Rafa, we saw. Sir Gus converted his second game against Loco Ella. And Edson defeated the captain of Spain on table 2. Talk about an upset. So, let's see if these guys are still playing.
Okay. So yeah, so Canero has a huge ruin. And I think he will win because of that. Let me see if there are triple cities left. I don't think so. Yeah. So the blue meeple cannot connect to the big ruin. And yellow, if it's still yellow, has a 9-point field with 2 meeples, and he's trying to attack a 12-point field on many fronts. but even though Brazil has better fields, I think the ruin is too big. But maybe I'm wrong because Brazil also has a monastery. I don't know if you're already.
I'm showing. Well, actually, I'm not drawing. I'm just letting you explain.
Yeah. So I was not expecting this move by Gustavo.
Well, he
I
must be
thought he would
precise
just
with
take.
counting tiles, right? So there must be other
Yeah.
city caps. And he just wants to set up a 10-pointer. He wants to set up a scoring move here.
Right. Which is probably why Socanero plays the monastery there.
Also, a lot of farmers. A lot of yellow farmers.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And I don't know which of those farmers have a chance of connecting. So obviously, left-handed dagger would be huge for yellow, because it would win 1, 2, 3. So at the moment, the situation with these fields is +3 for blue, and if they connect this,
Well, there you
it's
can
plus
count, but
15
there
for yellow.
that of course would be lovely, but there are no daggers. There is a
Okay.
straight line though for this guy to connect, I believe.
But
like
there's a
this.
straight line. So a straight line would be 12 points for yellow. Yeah, tough choice for Gustavo because I don't think there's. I don't know what's left. That's the thing. So if there are to place this next to your monastery and take it, or on the other side and take it, or not
He goes
take
for it.
it, apparently.
Oh, just 1 point. Yeah. Oh, this. Yeah, it's just a 1 point move, I guess. No, nothing wrong with that. So Canero's going to get himself 3 points for the city cap.
And the monastery.
And
there are
monastery
no
for
good spots.
Gustavo.
And so Canero has the straight line.
So Canero has a straight line, and there's just nothing that Gustavo can do. I mean, he can take 5 points in the center. It's not that bad. And this is exactly what he does. So Canero is going to connect to a 12-point field.
Yeah.
So it's not, crazy.
But
with the ruin for 18 points.
18. And he has the better fields. We're gonna see. I think even without the field, he would have won.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. No. No. No.
Yeah.
That was 50-50 for the game.
No. Yeah. It was
By 2 points,
50-50.
yeah. Unbelievable. Wow. Oh, wait. But Gustavo would not have had a monastery.
But
He would have had less.
The straight line is 3 points, so -2.
Yeah, so it would have been a tie, which is good for Gustavo.
Yeah.
So with the straight line, Gustavo would have won. Yeah, also just to point out, this setup here was very, very nice, and this was a very nice block here from Tsokanero because this 10-pointer was available for Gustavo in the event that Tsokanero successfully connects here. Anyway, that was fun. So congratulations to Brazil, who win now 3-2. We just
Right.
watched the deciders in the wrong order. We should have watched this one first and Edson and no, not Edson, but Ed Chamon a little bit later. Okay, so this means a lot of good stuff for the tournament situation. Let's show the tournament situation. The reason why it's a lot of good stuff, because this is one of those groups where Team A wins Team B, wins Team C, wins Team D. So, at first, Spain lost against France. Won against... Wait, did Spain win against France, actually? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure they did. No, France won. France won. Oh, this is looking really bad for Spain.
Lost. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I think I've streamed that much. Anyway.
So Spain is at the
So
bottom right now.
Spain. Yeah, not something that I would expect. So, okay, so Spain lost 2 games. Very difficult for them to do anything. They will have to win against Vietnam with a good tiebreaker. They will have to win against Argentina as well. Although this match is going to be a banger, although Argentinians look really, really good this year. I would expect Argentina to be the favorite. But then for other teams, everything's a bit convoluted. Brazil, France are yet to play, but Brazil lost against Argentina. But then Vietnam won against
Who did
Argentina.
Argentina played? Oh, Vietnam won against Argentina. Okay.
Vietnam won against Argentina this round.
Okay.
So they're on 1-1. And so far, there isn't anybody who has won both matches, I believe. Because this week's France is sitting this one out because of the odd number of teams. Spain has lost the first 2 matches. Vietnam has 1 out of 1. Argentina has 1 out of 2. Brazil has 1 out of 2. So nobody's a winner. Nobody's happy. Isn't that lovely?
Well, France and Vietnam are undefeated, but have not played. Have played less games.
Yeah.
When is France against Vietnam?
I don't think it's not for another couple of weeks.
Okay.
Or it could be next week. I'm not sure. I don't really check the calendar ahead. And if there's going to be a stream early next week, you're going to find out about it very, very spontaneously. Before we break off, though, one important little congratulations to Brazil, since they won today.
Yep.
And so all rise while I'm going to play the Brazilian anthem. And I don't mean Hino Nacional, I mean the real Brazilian anthem. Congratulations for Team Brazil. Brazilians will know the context. Oh yeah. Congratulations again for Team Brazil. Brazil will know the context, of course. So I guess that's it. Yeah, thank you, Elias, so much for being with me today and for sharing your insights and for, you know, showing more resilience than I had with this sedentary 6 hours or however long that was, or 5 hours.
Oh, wow. No, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure, as always.
Yeah, let's do it again at at some point. Maybe not tomorrow.
Yeah.
Alrighty, that's it.
Okay. Bye.
Tomorrow's rest day. Yes. Alrighty. Thank you all so much for watching, and